start the meeting. And your first agenda item is
Okay. Regional Transportation Solutions presentation by Mark Peterson and Laurie Kadrich.
come on up. Yep, please do. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Peterson. I'm with Larimer County. I'm the county engineer. Laurie Kadrich sends her regrets. She had her son actually qualified to be in the district track meet, so she felt important to go support him. But do appreciate your giving us a little of your time tonight to talk about regional transportation. Jenny Young with Felsberg Holt and Olvig is here as well. She's a consultant to Larimer County, and she'll be doing a major part of the presentation this evening. One of Larimer County's strategic goals that actually was developed under the prior board of county commissioners, but continue on with the current board, has been to try to address regional transportation needs. And to that extent, the county went through a fairly extensive process working with other communities in the county. Wellington and Cody was at the table all the way through the process. There was a technical advisory committee that met in 2018 and on through 2019, as well as a regional task force that had elected representatives from each of the communities in Larimer County participating. And so that group went through the process of identifying a host of regionally significant projects, and it culminated in the ballot proposal that was put on the ballot in late 2019 for a half-cent sales tax. It did combine transportation and some facilities used at Larimer County. Going into that, the county had some polling that it indicated that that kind of measure would be supported. As we all know from the outcome of the election, it did not pass. And so the county did initiate some focus group activity afterwards to get some feedback, and things we learned from that were certainly that we shouldn't have bundled the measures. There was confusion about what was going to be funded and what people were really voting on. And then we also learned that sort of the approach we'd taken previously with a regional task force and only having kind of one elected representative for each community on that. When we held some meetings with communities immediately prior to the election, we kind of discovered that the messaging, there were a lot of questions that were kind of unanswered, and we really hadn't done as good a job as need be getting the messaging out to the communities as to what was going on to the ballot. And we didn't have, really strong support from all the elected councils and boards. So we've initiated, we had a work session we had a regional task force meeting in March of 2020, got everybody together. There was interest in continuing the conversation and seeing where we would go with regional transportation, and then COVID hit, and all of a sudden transportation wasn't high on anybody's priority. Nobody was driving on the roads, so it kind of got backburnered. And now it was brought back up in November of this last year, and we brought the technical advisory committee back together. There was then in early March a meeting with the town administrators, county manager, city managers. This topic was presented to them, and they supported our kind of carrying forward and having one-on-one meetings with each of the communities in Larimer County. So that's really what we're out to do here tonight. Is we started it off last Monday with a presentation to the Board of County Commissioners. Then we were in Timnath Tuesday night, and we're here. And then we'll have ongoing meetings with the challenges of kind of scheduling with all the communities. This process is going to go through May, June, and into late July before we'll have an opportunity to get before all the communities in Larimer County. So we're out to get feedback. Like I say, Jenny Young's been involved in the whole process. She's facilitated a lot of the prior discussions. She's continuing on here as the county's consultant to head up this effort. And so we're glad to have her on board. Jenny's been involved in regional transportation and transportation planning in the whole Colorado Front Range for more than 20 years. I think she was involved in the Wellington Comp Plan. Ellsworth Holt took a look at the roundabout proposal at 62E and 9, so they're pretty familiar with transportation in all of Larimer County. So with that, at this point, I'll turn it over to Jenny. We are going to do some polling, so it will need you to have access to a computer or a cell phone, either one of those, or a tablet. Any of those will work. Jenny.
So as Mark mentioned, we've been working with the staff from all of the communities in Larimer County, and that group collectively crafted this mission statement, which is to develop a cohesive and collaborative strategy to identify solutions for regional transportation needs. We're doing this roadshow, talking to all of the elected officials in Larimer County, and the purpose of the meeting this evening is really to assess and inspire your community's desire to collaborate and cooperate on regional transportation solutions. So we'll do a little bit of sort of ground setting in defining regional transportation, so we're all on the same page with what we're talking about. And then I'll provide a little bit of background context on travel patterns in Larimer County, and provide a little bit of information for you on the current funding environment for transportation. And then we'll spend most of our time then doing this interactive polling, and we have some discussion questions for you at the end. And the intent really is to understand what is critical to you and really your desire to continue talking about regional transportation with other communities in the county. So okay, so we worked with both the staff and the city and town managers to come up with this definition of regional transportation solutions. Improving mobility for people, goods, and services using any travel mode, whether it's driving, riding transit, biking, walking, any other mode of transportation between communities and across our region. So when we're talking about regional transportation, we're really talking about any travel mode, but really the movement between communities or across Larimer County. So we've compiled some data, and most of the information that I'm going to share with you this evening is from the US Census, so readily available data. And I think that it's real easy to sort of focus on your own community, and you understand, and you're living in Wellington, and you understand what happens in the travel patterns and the needs that you have in Wellington. But I think that it's important, as we talk about regional transportation needs, to sort of just take a step back and look at, how each of the communities in Larimer County differ, and, what the different travel needs and travel patterns are, across the region. So we pulled this information from the US Census that tells us where people who are employed residents in each community, where they go for work. So the kind of teal color on each pie chart represents the portion of residents. The two extremes are Timnath, where you have the 98% of the residents in Timnath leave each day for work, and on the other end, Estes Park and Fort Collins are about 50-50, so half of the residents leave each day for work. But then it's also important to look at the numbers. So while 98% of Timnath residents leave, it's only a number, it's only 484 people per day, compared to Fort Collins, where you have half of the population leaving, and that's over 37,000 trips that are leaving every day for work. So and Wellington has about it's about 94% of your residents leave each day for work, and that equates to about 3,600 people leaving for work each day. And Then we also looked at the people who arrive in each community to work. So the employees who come from somewhere else in this kind of rust color. Similarly, it ranges from about 56% of Fort Collins employees come from somewhere else to Timnath, about 99% of the employees come from somewhere else. In Wellington, I think it's the number, the percent is about 80% of your employees come from somewhere else, equating to about 900 people come in each day for work. So then when we look at the county-wide scale, so now looking at everyone in the whole county, about 40% of the residents in Larimer County leave to go elsewhere for work. And the table on the right shows the destinations of those folks who are leaving. And you can see the top destinations are Weld County, Boulder County, and Denver County. And then interestingly, when you look at the opposite, the employees who come into Larimer County from elsewhere, the percent is similar, 37%. But now you can see a strong pull from Weld County. Almost 16% of those employees are coming from Weld County into Larimer County for work. So, what does all of this, regional travel movement look like? We tried to map it with a bunch of arrows to show you, give you a feel for all of this movement that's happening on a day-to-day basis. And so these are daily commuting trips, and it's important to note that these are only commuting trips, and of course there are a lot more trips that happen on the transportation network and on our streets beyond commuting trips. There are school trips, shopping trips, daycare drop-off trips, medical trips, things like that, that increasingly are not necessarily within a single community. People make choices about where they go based on, the cost and opportunities in nearby communities. So there certainly are regional trips beyond those that happen for commuting purposes. And what this all means is that there's a lot of demand on the transportation system, and you all know and experience the congestion that it causes, and that impacts not only your people's quality of life and being able to get to the places that they want to go. It impacts the economic vitality of the region. So there is with all of this travel comes this need to improve the regional transportation system, and so that's sort of the fundamental reason for these discussions is to talk about solutions to these regional travel needs. And not all of the trips that we're talking about are happening just by vehicle. Some of them do occur by public transportation, and there are some transit services that provide intercity transportation on buses. None of those provide service to Wellington today, but that's certainly something that could be a point of discussion in the future going forward. So what all of this means is that each of the communities in Larimer County has really a unique transportation story and a unique set of needs. But all of the trips and regardless of the story, each community is generating regional travel trips. Whether they're coming in, going out. We see this strong mobility and interconnectedness in the Larimer County region. So jumping into the transportation funding environment, a lot has changed just in the last couple of years, both in state and federal funding. At the state level, the state legislature passed a Senate Bill 260, which is a $5 billion transportation funding package. That $5 billion is not entirely new funding. Some of it is a commitment to general fund transfers to transportation. There is a component of the Senate Bill 260 funds that is distributed to all of the communities through the Highway Users Tax Fund. So Wellington gets a piece of that Senate Bill 260, an increase in your HUTF funds. And overall in Larimer County, that distribution to the HUTF equates to about $50 million over a 10-year period. That's for all of the communities in Larimer County. And there is, Senate Bill 260 has a strong emphasis on greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Any regionally significant project is subject to the greenhouse gas mitigation requirements, and the rulemaking it was just released earlier this year, and the kind of how the greenhouse gas rulemaking kind of plays out. There's still some uncertainty, and the rules are sort of still being established, so there is some uncertainty about what that will look like. And some of the new gas and registration fees associated with Senate Bill 260 are in jeopardy, just given the state of our the economy and inflation. Adding new gas and registration fees may not be so palatable. So there is some chance that new funding source may not pan out to be as large as originally anticipated. On the federal level, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA, was passed, and that is a $1.2 billion legislation. It's a 10-year infrastructure investment package. At the federal level, it has a lot of grant funding associated with it, both a continuation of existing or prior grant opportunities, as well as some new grant programs. There's an emphasis on projects with regional impact, and the expectation is that there will be a strong emphasis in awarding grants to projects that are multimodal in nature. Transit projects, trail projects, complete streets projects with bicycle and pedestrian components, an emphasis on resiliency, focus on equity. So while there are these two new funding packages between the state and federal legislation, the public's perception is that transportation is funded. Great, we have these state and federal funding sources. We're good. Transportation is taken care of. But the truth is, or the reality is, that there are some significant funding gaps and considerations where those funding sources are not necessarily the answer to all of the problems that we have here in Larimer County, and certainly in other parts of Colorado as well. Construction costs are increasing at a pretty astronomical rate, which means that we're trying to catch the cost to build these projects, and that as time goes on, those construction costs go up, and it's hard to catch those. The federal infrastructure bill is very grant heavy, which means that those funds are very competitive. And there are local match requirements associated with those federal grants, and 20% is sort of the typical minimum requirement for federal grants. But we're seeing a lot of times the projects that are awarded grants have a higher local match to be more competitive. So having that local funding is critical to being able to access the funding grant. So another kind of barrier. The non-regionally significant projects also represent sort of a gap in the funding at a particular, at both the state and federal level. The federal is even more focused on, regionally significant projects. So for those projects that may not fit in that category of regionally significant, there's another gap. There is this shift in focus to multimodal and transit projects, which reduces the ability to fund capacity projects with state and federal funding. So, something to think about. And then finally, I mentioned earlier, there is this uncertainty about how the greenhouse gas rulemaking will be applied, and what that's going to look like for funding projects in Colorado. And the state is in the process, CDOT is in the process of doing the baseline greenhouse gas emissions right now. So we'll be learning more over the next months, but there is still some uncertainty about that. So then at the local level, Mark gave a nice overview of the local funding attempt in 2018 and 2019. But I thought I would just reiterate a few of the key points from that effort. We did establish the Technical Advisory Committee and Regional Task Force back in 2018. That was all of the with all of the communities in Larimer County. Those groups did compile a list of regional transportation infrastructure projects totaling over $500 million in need. And the group went through a process to evaluate and rank those infrastructure projects and identify a short list of priority projects that were, they're shown on the map here, and those were included as a part of that sales tax question that went to the voters in 2019. We did also look at the transit, kind of came in later in the process, but so we didn't get as far with transit as we did with the infrastructure projects, but we did identify eligibility criteria for transit. And that was included in as part of the half penny sales tax question that went to the ballot, which was unsuccessful. But I do think that, there was some good collaboration that was established and occurred in the development of that effort in 2018 and 2019, and certainly also some lessons learned. Identifying the right mix of projects that works for all of the communities and resonates with the public is really hard. It's a challenging thing to kind of balance and find the sweet spot that works for everyone. The message was not getting back to the city councils and the community leaders, which is a lot of the reason that we're taking this approach now, to come to all of the elected officials and have this conversation with you to see if there is interest in continuing these conversations. And if there is, the intention would be to continue to come back to you all to make sure that everybody is hearing the same story and a part of the discussion as we progress. Municipalities should have some skin in the game. Larimer County fully funded the previous planning effort. There is a desire for the communities to have some stake in, and if this is important, we're willing to contribute to a planning effort and to advancing these conversations about regional transportation and a commitment of the involvement from the elected officials. And then finally, Mark mentioned that Larimer County recognizes the mistake of bundling transportation with the facilities, and that was poorly viewed by the voters in that. So with that kind of background context, hopefully that helps you, kind of sets you up for this interactive polling discussion now. So I have this series of questions that we'll ask you, and please know that we're just trying to gauge interest. There's no commitment to anything today. We're just trying to gauge what the level of interest is, and the plan is to, we're asking the same questions of all of the town boards and city councils. And we will most certainly circle back with you and share what we heard from all of the communities, so where we're going and what we heard from all of the communities in Larimer County. So if you wouldn't mind getting out either a phone, or you can open a web browser and go to menti.com, and it will ask you to enter a code. And I'm sorry. Yep, the code is right here. It's 9218 2991.
And this is just for the trustees to complete.
Just for the trustees.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that code again? It's on this slide over there.
It's 9218 2991. Will you give me a little nod or thumbs up if you're in working? Okay, good. Okay, switch over.
8. Oh, you went too fast.
Okay, it's up at the top of the screen still. Okay, it's
2991.
yeah, 9218. No, it's not, because it regenerates a new code. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, are you seeing the first question? Oh yeah, it looks like some of you have already started voting. So the first question is, what are the critical issues for your community that impact regional transportation? And you should be able to rank those on your screen. And is it working for everyone? Okay. And let's see, we should have seven. Plus seven. Okay, so it looks like we have one more person voting, but the cost of living, affordable housing, and jobs housing balance rose to the top of the group. Okay, next question. How important is regional transportation compared to other topics in your community? We understand from the meeting with the managers that all of the communities in their county to identify regional change, relative to other needs in your community. How important is it?
Okay. Third time's a charm.
I know.
Let's see.
Just keep looking until it goes through.
Sometimes we have connection issues.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yes, sadly.
Okay, let's try again. Okay. Oh yeah, all seven are there now. Okay, so next question. Now compare regional transportation with local. Okay. You can't see the results, right? Okay, so about ends up being about in the middle. And it looks like we have one more vote. Coming, there we go. Okay. Okay, what is your level of interest in coordinating and cooperating on regional transportation solutions? In Larimer County. Again, a multiple choice of your level of priority.
Don't
Or is
worry,
that-
I'm there too.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so next I have a series of three slides that cover different topics, but it's the same question for all of them. What approaches are you interested in exploring to address regional transportation needs? And these are going to be sliders that range from not at all interested to very interested. So first set, better understanding the public's perceptions about regional transportation needs. Aligning projects with the broader community and regional goals such as air quality and land use. Educating the public about transportation needs and funding. Developing a new plan for regional transportation. So after we get through these three slides, there will be a summary one where I'm going to ask you to pick your top three. So keep in mind which of these you're most interested in. Let's see, is somebody still voting? Still working?
Yeah.
Okay. You good? There we go. Okay. Okay, next, same question. How interested are you in working with the business community to identify mutually beneficial projects, working with marginalized communities to identify mutually beneficial projects, pooling funds, for example, taking that additional Senate Bill 260 HUTF funds that the communities gets and pooling those to address regional transportation projects. Providing support to smaller communities on grants, particularly at the federal level, to increase your, chances of being able to get grants by providing grant writing support.
So my issue with this is some of these are difficult to answer when you read through the packets, read through the 2045 plan and see that, yes, I agree, it needs to be rewritten, because Wellington really isn't written into that plan as much as it talks about Pueblo to Fort Collins, but doesn't talk about Fort Collins to Wellington or Wellington to Pueblo. So is this kind of stuff what comes up when you rewrite that plan?
So I'm sorry, what plan are you referencing?
So the 2045 plan that is set in place. So it's part of the CDOT plan.
Oh, the statewide transportation plan.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, and when you look at that compared to some of the stuff that you guys have, everything runs up to Fort Collins, but nothing really goes past that.
So this would be looking at just within Larimer County, what the regional transportation needs are. Yeah. Okay, and then the last group, how interested are you in implementing regional transportation impact fee? So Larimer County does have a regional transportation impact fee that is assessed to developers to address regional, regional transportation infrastructure. And Fort Collins and Larimer County are the only two communities in the county that assess those fees currently.
That's to developers?
The fee is assessed to developers, that's right. Pursuing new transportation funding like sales tax or property tax. Establishing a regional transportation authority or RTA to govern any, new funding for transportation. Or collectively lobbying for transportation funding at the state or federal level. So once we get the last vote in, the next question is going to be to pick out of all of those 12 options. I'm going to ask you to pick the top 3 that you think are the most important to you. And they're really hard to read on the screen, but hopefully you can see them better on your browser. And you should be, this one's multiple choice, so you should be able to select 3 options. Well, this is pretty interesting how these are spread out so much across all of these different items. Okay, so next, that is the, oh no, that's not the end of the questions. We have a couple more. Going back to what I said earlier about that Larimer County paid for the planning effort previously, and there's this sort of desire for the communities to have some skin in the game and sort of taking ownership of the regional transportation effort. What resources is your community willing to commit? And again, this is not an actual commitment. This is just, you speaking as an individual elected official, funding for the planning effort. And we put up to $25,000 just to give you a gauge. It's not $1 million. We wanted to give you a magnitude of what that might be. Staff resources, continuation of Cody participating on the TAC. And active participation from leadership and elected officials. And you can select all that apply.
May I ask a question to Cody? Do you feel that the staff has time to engage in this at this time, or are you guys strapped as far as time allotment goes?
The direction that staff has received in the past was that the importance of these projects was worthwhile for putting staff effort towards it, and we continue to support that.
Got it.
Okay, should I move on? So there we go. So now I responded to your earlier question saying that we were focused on Larimer County, but now I'm going to ask you the question, should there be consideration for expanding outside of Larimer County? And thinking about what, how the region should be defined.
With the allocation that everyone's coming to the table with the same amount of gift. Is that the understanding?
Well, all of the details would need to be worked out, but the question here is, should we be talking beyond, should we have these regional transportation conversations at the county level, with all of the communities in Larimer County, or is there reason to expand it to, neighboring counties or neighboring jurisdictions and to broaden the region for those discussions, and then those details would need to be worked out.
You said Fort Collins going to Weld County. How much percent?
Yeah, well, Larimer County to Weld County, there's a strong influx of employees coming from Weld County into Larimer County. It was about 16%. of the Larimer County employees. Yeah. Okay, so 4-3. So now, if you do think that that it should be the geography should be expanded, would you please? This is just an open-ended question. Would you enter what you think that the geographic extent should be? And if you entered no, if you wouldn't mind just jotting down your thoughts on why you think it's important to keep it at the geography to Larimer County. Okay, good. Thank you for your input on that. Those are good responses. Okay, so now I'm going to switch back to the PowerPoint, and we have just a couple of discussion questions for you. We'd like to hear from you on what are the sort of must-haves to your community to coordinate on regional transportation solutions. And the next question is sort of the opposite. What are the deal breakers that would prevent your community from coordinating on regional transportation solutions? So we would love to hear from you on both of those, either or both of those items, on the sort of the must-haves and the deal breakers for continuing the conversation.
Want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay. So for the deal breakers for me, and counties learned this stuff, but combining this with anything other than transportation would be a deal breaker. Expanding the area beyond Larimer County. We identified $550 million projects in our county alone. I don't think we should expand beyond that. And then also, if we're going to be establishing another governing body for all these taxes and transportation, that's going to be a deal breaker. We don't need to add more levels into what we've already got. I think it's already enough. So those are kind of the three main ones that I see right now that would be deal breakers.
Thank you.
I'm supportive of sales tax and not property tax.
Thank you.
The motivator I see for public transportation is based on concerns of affordability. So any kind of increase in funding that affects overall affordability of a home, of rent, of any of those kind of things is a deal breaker for me, because it would be like the solutions contributing to the problem.
I would say any type of breakdown in communication or lack of progress as far as the roundabouts or whatever ends up happening at 62E. I think that's a huge priority for our community, and certainly, you know, if that was to fall out of favor or something like that, yeah, that would be a deal breaker. So.
It would be extremely discouraging if a regional plan was made and Wellington wasn't included.
So kind of my question is that does this limit the amount of funding that Wellington can actually apply for to fix stuff in town? So literally, if we take only a certain amount from these funds and it's through the county and they're all split and shared, it doesn't affect our infrastructure here in town or our ability to secure other funding for grants and whatnot?
No, I mean, it depends on what direction, we ended up going, if we were seeking a new funding source, for example, but like, for example, if that half-penny sales tax had passed, that would not, limit your ability to get at other funding sources.
Got it.
Yeah, I'd say if we did the property tax, that would be a deal breaker too.
I think impact fees are good. but that's-
I think impact fees affects builders' ability to remain affordable with construction costs, how they are.
But they're not doing the roads in the town is.
So I have a question, is that commercial impact fees, or would you want that imposed on residential as well?
Probably
So
more
would
so
you-
commercial, because they're gonna be harder on the roads technically. That's what I do. Personally,
We have 94% of residents coming out of town now.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think that's something that's a detail we get into down the road.
yeah,
It's whether it looks at commercial or it looks at residential, but that's a good question. Because can you,
Yeah.
because Cambridge's a good point, impact fees bring up the prices of homes, but then on the flip side, if we do sales tax, that brings up the price of goods, which people also need to buy, so we're kind of
yeah.
And if you
Stuck in
increase
that.
impact fees to commercial, it scares commercial office building locally.
Yeah, I still think that future growth, probably more residential, has funding stuff.
Yeah.
And we can't put that burden back on our current residents here.
Is there a reason we don't have busing and stuff like that that comes out to Wellington?
It's private companies.
Well, busting is operated by the Colorado Department of Transportation. I can't tell you, exactly why, but I know they're always looking kind of at the overall state system and, where service should be provided. So, I mean, it's certainly a possibility for the future.
On page 25, 24, 23, if you look at the map that you guys had posted, is this map from the previous projection on the tiers that you guys looked at? And what are the numbers that are assigned to all of the, so there's 1 through 45 on here. What do those numbers represent?
Those
That's
numbers,
just a reference
I
number.
think, yeah.
That's just a project reference.
yeah, I think they are, yeah.
And is it in order of what's most important?
No, they were just given numbers.
I think they were kind of
And they-
grouped by municipality or something.
Yeah, they were sort of color coded based
That's
on,
right.
on that.
I think that would be a deal breaker for me is when you guys focus on this, Wellington is the last man standing kind of thing. So they need to have equal and opportune ability to see those kind of infrastructure improvements. Where it's not, we'll eventually get to it. I'd like to see Wellington have an importance in that too.
And Cody, do you want to answer that?
Yeah. I think that's a great point. It's certainly something that came up in the tax discussions, the staff discussions as part of this initial effort. That was a big part of what the focus was inclusion and finding some balance for all the different size players at the table. And just speaking from a staff perspective, the leadership that Larimer County provided in this effort and being able to work with all the municipalities at staff level was extremely successful. And I thought the municipalities did a great job working together to come up with what we felt like was a really good solution. So it definitely shined from my eyes from a staff standpoint, was one of the shining moments of this effort in the past.
Awesome.
Is the interstate interchange out there any part of this discussion at all?
Well, it was a part of the previous discussion, but
That's one of the things we got.
yeah, and it certainly could be. It certainly could be.
So how does this interplay with CDOT's plan then?
So this would be separate from CDOT's plan, and where we go with this could be a lot of things. It could be seeking new funding sources, just like, all those different options that we listed. It could be, working together to figure out what those regional priorities are and seeking funding through CDOT or, through federal funding. So there could be some interconnects with CDOT. But the overall, the idea is for this to be a standalone effort, separate from CDOT's statewide transportation plan.
Got it, because I noticed, I think it was 109 million is what was estimated for this interchange, the I-25 corridor. And then CDOT, it was listed as 30 million. So I was just trying to figure out, how could that, or would it be possible for, this is just pipe dreams and whatever comes up, but are we be allowed to able to advance that and it not be in the 1 to 5 mark and it be more in the 1 to 4 mark? Would we be able to request that funding that CDOT had planned for I-25 and say we think we can get it done quicker if we work with them?
That is a discussion that certainly could, transpire, if we proceed with these conversations, but that, a lot would depend on, there are a lot of caveats to how that could happen. But those are the types of discussions that could go on.
Awesome.
And I don't think that interchange is anywhere on CDOT's radar at this point in time.
It's on there. I've seen it. It's not planned, but it's on there.
Page 100.
No, I think I want to say it was 81.
Yeah, so it's
81.
It's not in what they call their 20-year plan.
That's correct.
We talked to them several times and they basically indicated it's almost possible to get it on 20-year plan.
And that's what I meant by not really on their radar. It's not in their thought process.
And for what it's worth, those conversations came up as part of this prior effort, and certainly the local Wellington staff level too. That's part of, kind of what we identified that these, every municipality has state highways and state highway projects going through them. Finding ways to leverage CDOT funds to make those projects happen more timely was a big part of the staff conversation. And CDOT was at that table, I think, understood the needs, but they've got so many projects. That was a big driver behind this initial effort a couple of years ago, was how do we help CDOT help us with our local projects?
Patti?
Or maybe Cody. 6 years ago-ish, we started putting away money into a fund to try and contribute to projects like this, but then the board made a decision like 2 or 3 years ago to stop contributing to that and did we reappropriate that in the budget, or what ended up happening with those funds?
I don't remember. Do you all remember? I remember hearing about it.
It wasn't so much a dedicated fund as it was a line item in 5-year in the CIP, and having not spent it, it just rolls to the street fund balance, so it's still there.
It's on the line item, but we just aren't gathering. We're not putting any additional funds into it. That's what I remember.
Okay.
And I can't remember how much it's in the maybe, I'm guessing.
We were 4 years ago, we were kind of budgeting one in a year for the preliminary engineering and preliminary engineering that we bump it up to CDOT's list. They pretty much told us that that's not going to do the trick. That's not going to make them change their mind. And so that was just a budgeting number. It was never really cash that was set aside or anything like that.
I mean, does it make sense to revisit what we started to do with something like that to prepare to participate in projects like this?
We can certainly look at that during budget.
Other thoughts on deal breakers or must-haves?
Must have, just that we started and spoken to, there needs to be local projects getting completed, not us just shelling money out to asking residents to pay for Fort Collins and county stuff, not okay. We need to do some local projects getting done, and we also need to make sure that there's an aspect of local control on that as well. So we're not having our staff secure and county tell them how our projects are.
We need to make sure our residents are comfortable with this plan going forward. That figuring out how it's going to affect them and making sure that everybody's on board. Because we're 7 of thousand.
Great, well, that is what we have for the presentation and discussion this evening. So thank you for your input. This is very helpful in helping us to understand your priorities and your desires going forward. So as I said, we'll certainly share what we hear from all of the elected officials after we've completed these discussions. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
I'll see you tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
Okay, back in the same place?
We don't need that anymore, right? Okay, yeah, it's just discussion.
This is now discussion.
Or the Wellington marijuana.
Somebody's in.
To serve as the Wellington Marijuana Licensing Authority. In that role, she actually is an assistant Wellington municipal judge. She serves as a marijuana licensing authority in several other areas, as well as liquor licensing and as mission judge in other areas. There was interest expressed at that meeting in January, or when the resolution was adopted to appoint Ms. Brown, that the board wished to have a hands-on role in the regulation and licensing of marijuana, to conduct hearings for new applicants and for renewals. And we said staff said we would come back to the board before June 14th with some options for what that might look like. So we're here a little bit early to give you some time to talk about the options and what you might be interested in changing the marijuana regulations to. And then we have time reserved on our June 14th regular session work meeting to potentially bring a resolution forward to make changes if desired. Ms. Brown is here. She's not been before our board before, I don't think.
Virtually.
Yeah. Oh, virtually. Okay. And I thought it would be really helpful for her to be here and talk about how what the marijuana licensing process looks like, including the regulations that are in place here in Wellington and her experience in other communities and how new application hearings take place and that sort of thing. So she'll give a little bit of background on that, and then we'll have some discussion about what the board is interested in. And like I said, in about a month, we have time that we can bring forward a resolution if changes are desired. So.
Thank you, Dan. So a little bit about my background. I've been a career municipal attorney, about 15, 16 years as a municipal judge, liquor authority. I also advise municipal clients on liquor matters and also marijuana. Marijuana licensing authority in Commerce City, liquor in a few different places as well, Commerce City, Brighton, and elsewhere. So when Dan reached out to me about, what the new law says in town and asked me if I'd be interested in coming on in this capacity and drafting the rules and regulations, what I did is I sat down and I read over the ordinance and then compared that to what we have in the statutes of Title 44 and came up with this, drafted this pretty thorough, I don't know, it's an 18-page, 15-page rules and regulations. It combines what the local law says based on the ordinance that was adopted, and then dovetails into what's required under Title 44 in the Colorado Revised Statutes. In this community, when an application for a new license is filed with the town, and let me be really specific, and you know this, but the applications are limited to a retail establishment, retail marijuana establishment, or a medical marijuana store. In Commerce City, where I sit, there's cultivation facilities, I approved a license for, I don't know, THC, ice cream sandwiches, there's a whole wide range of Commerce City. Here it's quite limited. Application is filed, it goes directly to planning for initial review with the zoning matters before it's even considered, before it even comes forward. At this time, as you know, there's nothing pending. At some point, perhaps in the next 6 months to a year, there will be something pending, I'm sure. And so what that looks like, what an application for a new license would look like in terms of the process for whether it's me sitting as that authority or the board acting as the marijuana authority. You're acting in a quasi judicial manner. So it's like a mini hearing. Witnesses are sworn, and that can be sworn by your clerk or the mayor. And generally what I do is before the hearing, I review the application, all the documents that are attached. I make sure I ask questions of staff if I have any specific questions. If something's missing, I'll ask that of staff as well. And then I turn it over to the applicant. Probably 50% of the time, the applicant is represented by an attorney. And I just ask them please tell me what's your plan? What's your business look like? What is your plan? And I let them do a presentation. It's their burden to prove that they're qualified and meet the state and the local standards to hold this license. So I let them, give their presentation. I have quite a long list of questions that I ask, and some are questions that I ask of every applicant. Tell me about your business plan, and tell me about your training plan, and do you have rules? Do you have policies and procedures for your employees, and how is it that you train your employees that they know what the state rules and regulations require? And what kind of disciplinary action do you take in the event an employee sells to an underage person, or they're consuming in the back, or something like that, something that's illegal? I always have questions about the diagram that they've provided. A diagram is part of any application, and this is same for liquor and marijuana, and it has very detailed information about entrances, security cameras, office area. The marijuana rules and regulations in the state law is very specific as to what is lawful and what's required in a marijuana establishment. There has to be an entrance, that's where you check IDs. And then, you're brought back into another area where the sale occurs, and they obtain information from the purchaser's ID, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to make sure that they understand all that and that they're going to be following all that. And so once they're done with their presentation, I'll ask them the questions that I have. And And then if I have other questions or if they haven't yet, it's hard sometimes when they're not represented by an attorney because they fly by the seat of their pants, because this is pretty complicated. I find it complicated. I've been an attorney 30 plus years. So, but it's important that they make that burden. And in Wellington, unlike in other locations, the needs and desires of those people who reside or have businesses in the designated neighborhood is not a consideration for the authority. I mean, that's just how the law was written. That's not the case other places I work. The interested parties that would present information under oath to the authority would be the owner, and the owner includes anyone who owns at least 10% ownership. So if you own 5%, then you don't need to speak, but 10% or more, you're going to be involved in a background check. I want you at the hearing. I want to know who you are. I want to know what your experience is, etc. I don't know, anything else you can think of? I mean, it's very much like a liquor licensing hearing for those of you who have engaged in that process. Sometimes I will on the spot make my findings and state those, on the record. Other times I will close the public hearing and then issue a written order, which I would have to do within 30 days. So if you all serve as the liquor authority, you can do one of those two things. The hearing could be continued to gather additional information or evidence. You just would have to continue the public hearing and not close it. And if it's granted, then there are certain things that have to happen. There has to be an inspection of the premises so that we need to make sure that it matches the diagram, and that will happen before the license is issued. And I require as a licensing authority that the owner, all of the owners and the staff complete necessary training, provide proof of that to the town. Renewal hearings, the way the rules and regulations are written right now, a renewal hearing can be administrative if the application is complete, they've paid all the fees, and there have been no violations at the establishment for that past year. That certainly can be changed at your direction. If you prefer that any renewal comes before you, regardless of whether they've had violations, that's an easy change in the rules and regulations. And then they would just come before you and you see a face with the business and have a chance to talk with them and all of that. So I certainly can answer questions. That's a quick rundown of the process.
So when you're going through engaging these businesses, I'm assuming that it's only reported offenses or proven criminal activity that you take into account when you're looking at approving or denying an application, correct?
So in terms of criminal history with licensing, and the state law is very specific about this in Title 24. Anyone who's applying for a liquor or a marijuana license will be fingerprinted, and there will be a background check that is nationwide. The authority has access to that background check. For a licensing authority to deny the license applied for, it might be a pharmacist license, so it's not necessarily just this type of license. The authority, the decision maker, has to make a finding that that criminal act is tied to running the business for which they are applying. As an example, there's case law. Pharmacist lost his license because he was stealing opioids, etc., and either giving them away or selling them. He lost his license. He reapplied after he was off of probation, and the license was denied. The license application was denied, and the state licensing board said, your criminal activity was directly tied to you running that business and being involved in that business, and therefore we find that you are not of good moral character, and we will deny the license. And that was upheld by the Colorado Supreme Court. On the flip side, someone applying for a liquor license and they had a DWAI 5 years ago, that fact alone is not in and of itself evidence that they're not able to run the business. So there's a lot of nuance in the law in that regard. But a criminal record in and of itself is not grounds to deny. It has to be tied more directly. Yeah,
Got it. That's what I was just trying to understand.
Drug dealer before it was legal and they got busted.
right. And with the marijuana matters, the way the ordinance is written in the state law, if someone has been selling marijuana without a license, that removes them from eligibility to obtain a license for 5 years.
So what are, in your experience, what have been some common reasons for denial of a marijuana license?
The authority has to find that the applicant is of good moral character. The applicant, especially with marijuana businesses, what I have found is it's a corporation or an LLC, it's some, type of entity with several different players who own more than 10%. Each of those individuals has to go through the background check, and the authority has to find that each of them are of good moral character, which is specifically defined in the ordinance and also state law. That is one of the reasons that an authority might deny a license. More frequently, what I've seen, and frankly, I don't see them deny a lot. People who have applied for this business license or this type of license have a great deal of experience elsewhere. They've hired attorneys. They know what they're doing. They know what they need to do to meet the bounds of the law. What I've seen in other locations is that those that live in the neighborhood surrounding that location don't want that business there. And they show up at the hearing, they're very vocal about it. And if the owner cannot prove that the needs and desires of the neighborhood support granting that application, it could be denied. And it's the same sort of thing with liquor licenses as well. So.
But that's different for us here.
Yeah, that's not a consideration for the authority, the way the ordinance is written.
But in the case of our hearings, people would still show up and say.
They're a public, well, they're a public hearing.
Mhm.
It's a public hearing, and it would be recorded, just like these hearings are.
Yeah,
But they don't have a voice at the hearing.
they don't.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Because it's not a relevant consideration for the authority.
Okay. Wow.
Now, correct? But in
That could be changed,
2023, so
Yeah,
can it be changed now in this?
Well,
Or does it go?
no, because
to
it follows
20?
the ordinance. So,
Got it.
and once that year is passed, the board can change that ordinance to allow those in the designated neighborhood, which typically is either, in a small town like Wellington, it typically would be a half-mile radius around the, where the premises is. Any adult resident in that neighborhood or any business owner or manager has a voice. Someone's just at my house last night knocking on the door. We're, this restaurant wants a liquor license and you're within the neighborhood. Do you want to sign in favor or against? And they just canvass the neighborhood. I see that everywhere I work. It's not part of the process in Wellington at this time.
But in January, it can be.
Yeah, if you guys decide, absolutely, it could be. Yep.
Have we figured out how we're gonna determine how many we're gonna let into town?
Well, I think the determining factor is
The zoning.
the zoning. Yeah, I
Right,
think that's
but I
the
mean, if we
determining
got
factor.
100 C3s, could we have 100 shops in here?
There's no limitation in the ordinance at this time.
But you can set one, correct?
There's a distance.
There's the distance.
The distance, is-
Yeah.
exactly, that is a determining factor. But the ordinance doesn't provide only 3 or 5 or 10, so, but the distance is what
And that's again,
determines.
we can change that in January.
Mhm.
How often do you see municipalities renewing applicants every year without any violations?
Everywhere else I sit on liquor and marijuana, it's an administrative review if there's no violations for a year. It's pretty standard.
Do you typically see a lot of violations?
Oh.
I guess define a lot
Yeah,
of
I know, right?
violations.
Yeah, I mean, they're violations. Yeah, they're violations. I mean, it's no different than, having a liquor license. They're violations.
How frequently does a board serve as are you familiar with other communities? that has a board?
Well, honestly, what drives that factor is how many applications come in.
Right.
So because of the zoning restriction, I think there's gonna be very few that come before you, at least the way the law's written at this
And
point.
we would have to listen to everybody that's ownership over 10%.
Well,
Or more.
if I were the liquor authority, right, if I were the liquor authority, my rule is if you're an owner of the business, more than 10% or more, you have to appear before me. Because I'm gonna ask you some questions. So, and if you're bought into this business, I wanna know, I'm the authority. So usually it's not 20 people, obviously,
Yeah.
10 by 10 times 10, it's 100, so, but, 2, 3 people. Is usually what I've seen.
As soon as our zoning is updated, do we have more areas going into C3 projected zoning where we could see an increase in applications?
What's your question?
So.
Yeah, I don't know how long you know.
It feels like it's directed to me.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we've updated our zoning.
So in the C3 zonings that we have right now compared to the possibility of what could be, if we do have an increase in those C3 areas, would we possibly see more applications come in when the C3 increases?
I think that's tougher, that's market driven.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just, there's a couple of things I want to try to separate, because I think it sounds like you're asking about the zoning map update.
Yes.
Okay, which is completely separate from anything marijuana related from a legislative standpoint.
Got it. So
That's good,
is
right?
there any so there's no C3 going into the new zoning update?
Well, I think right now we're just talking about the regulation procedures.
Got it. My concern comes from Larimer County putting a moratorium on any new permits for marijuana. So, and that was Fort Collins area. And so that is, to me, a bit worrisome, that as soon as our zoning is updated, will we see a lot more applications be coming into Wellington?
I think the setbacks are the big, as mentioned, the
Yeah,
big
that's
factor there.
Yeah.
With marijuana stores individually, they have to be 500 feet, with the current ordinance. They have, one of the limitations, they have to be 500 feet from each other. And C3 zoning is by definition highway commercial, so it's in these zones around highways. And so it's kind of clustered areas. And so if there's one that gets opened, then you can't have another one within 500 feet of that. So, I mean, that's a big limiting factor, as well as the other setbacks from other facilities. So,
But you can always request zoning changes. You can request a zoning to be changed from
Correct.
C1 to
Sure.
C3.
Yeah, and
Got
that
it.
would have to be approved by the board of trustees.
Right.
Okay, which is lovely. How many hours would you say goes into each application from your perspective?
In terms of if I'm the authority,
Yes.
generally up to 3. And, it depends on if it's more complicated, but if I have a completed application, it's review of that application, time for the hearing, maybe that's, continued a bit, or I draft an order. So I would say generally up to 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah.
And I suspect, considering we have no properties available right now, but if we do ever, it might be 1 or 2. So I know a lot of people are concerned about the cost of your
Sure,
services,
sure.
so that's why I wanted to quantify it. So
Sure.
if we're really looking at 1 or 2 times 3 hours, and everything I've heard, if applicants are coming represented by attorneys, I feel like we should have legal as well. So that scared me, knowing that they're coming with attorneys each time, because
and
I wasn't aware of that.
from my perspective, when we recommended Ms. Brown to serve as the marijuana licensing authority, the marijuana statutes in the state of Colorado are incredibly complicated and burdensome. So one factor was we had to get somebody on board who could write the regulations and put all this together in a very short time. But also because we have so few potential locations, I would highly recommend keeping Ms. Brown as municipal judge, as assistant, as a town attorney, continue to use her services, even if the board takes this on, because of those 3 hours, some of that is drafting an opinion at the end, potentially, that needs to be defensible. A big part of that is reviewing the applications at the front end and making sure that they're compatible with the state statute. So there's a lot of work in there that's not just the hearing. So whether the board takes on the hearing process and it sits as the licensing authority, I would still highly recommend we continue to use her services as in some role, as I said, as continuing as an assistant municipal judge to help. But I think probably it would make more sense to be special counsel of some sort for marijuana.
So are you able and willing to do that? To utilize you as special counsel if we need a referral, a recommendation and stuff like that?
I am, and
Awesome.
what I would propose is that I kind of guide the authority, you as the authority through that process. What I've done in other communities related to liquor, but it's very much the same in terms of process. I will review the application, I'll do a quick summary, I'll give the mayor, who would be chair of the authority, a script, this is, we open the public hearing and is the applicant present and et cetera. So, you have to make a good record of the hearing. Because if you don't have a good record of the hearing and you haven't reviewed everything and then you deny, there will be a Rule 106 appeal to district court, which then is going to cost you more money. So it's important to follow that protocol. And so I'm not really interested in coming in at the back end and cleaning up things. I'd rather be on the front end and say, these are my recommendations. In that role, it's just my recommendation. It's your decision as the authority. But that's what I would propose my role be.
And I think that would be good. And I appreciate the work you did on putting all this together and combining the two laws, and it's very thorough. And I think when we initially had gone through this, a lot of the concern on my end was really that as we have decisions being made about things coming into town, whether residents like it or don't like it, then being able to come to their elected officials and hold us accountable, right? And so I love the idea of, because Krystal essentially serves that role in our liquor license. She goes through the applications, she reviews them for us, and then she presents it to us. She lets us know if there's any issues or not any issues. And then we have the opportunity to look through that and then make a decision as a licensing authority. And so I think it would be great to do something similar to that, where we can take advantage of your expertise, but still have that opportunity to go through the oversight and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we need the coverage, absolutely.
I would assume that the hours contributed in that role would be the same as if you were the authority yourself.
Generally, frankly, it depends on how, if someone files an application for a license and they're not represented by an attorney, or they're represented by an attorney who doesn't know what he or she is doing, it's a little bit more work on the front end, right? Just to make sure communicating with them, this is what we need. And Krystal, would assist in that process, obviously, I'm assuming. So if it comes in and it's complete and thorough and there aren't any bumps in the road, generally, yes.
Okay. So it'd be the same expense essentially. Okay. My other question I have, or not, sorry, in this case, it's actually not directed towards you, sorry. So it's not a question, it's a statement. As we recently had a public hearing in which we had a very upset applicant. And in my mind, this is an ordinance, this is a legal matter. And so when we're participating in the hearing and we're the authority, there's a lot of, we were called a lot of things. So we had a lot of intentions. So we had motivations for that hearing and stuff during that. And I honestly, all honesty, don't think that's the case from any of us. So, but my worry is if we were to hear these applications and us as the authority, we're doing that, even if we were scripted, even if we were told exactly what to do and say, which is essentially what we would be asking to do, I would be asking to do. I would never want to speak out of turn or say anything incorrect in one of these hearings. Regardless of that, we get a really bad rap. We are insulted and called and saying that we're intending to do things that we're not. In my mind, and I hate to do this or whatever, is I'd like to have somebody who's impartial, who really just holds it to the ordinance that's passed and was decided by the residents as an impartial expert who's making those decisions. Essentially, the other version that we just talked about would be that same person, but just helping us to do the same thing. But I think we lose that tension by allowing the authority to be a separate impartial person.
And future blowback.
Yeah, I mean, the decision essentially would be the same in my mind, because I would only take recommendations from our council, but
The only thing I would say there is, I think the board needs to retain some kind of vote on that, because the reason why I would say that is if down the road we do decide to change the ordinance to be something like, does it fit the community character? Does it fit something like that?
Yeah.
That type of thing ultimately, I think, needs to be brought back. to the
or if we had a public hearing where we were hearing,
Exactly.
I think that would be the case where it would matter. But at this point, if that's not a determining factor at all, I don't know if it would be beneficial for us to take that vote.
I suppose the question would be then, if we were to take on your full services now, in the event that we change the ordinance in the future, then presumably we could take that.
No, at any time.
Okay.
At
Okay.
any time.
Yeah.
You reminded me, when the governing body of a municipality sits as a liquor authority or marijuana authority, you're acting in a quasi judicial manner. What that means is you can hear nothing about the application or the business beforehand, down at Joe's Diner or at the baseball game or whatever it is. Because if somebody's chatting with you about it and you need to deny it, or it's very, very, very important to remain impartial and come into those hearings with a completely blank slate. And this is my application that I've reviewed, and we will take testimony, and then I will decide based on legal standards. So I want to remind you of that, in the event you step forward as the authority.
Yeah, so, I mean, for example, the gentleman that called in, it was a rezoning. He told us that it was gonna be a marijuana establishment, and then, say we did approve said rezone, and then we are the authority, would we all have to recuse ourselves?
No, because that's a
Okay.
different matter. So
Okay.
if, if he's pulled you aside at the baseball game and is chewing your ear
Okay.
about his application, what his business plan is, and this way you
Okay.
should vote, then that's kind of the thing I'm
Okay.
talking about. Yeah.
So I feel like there's a huge conflict, because I hear we're accountable to the people, we need to hear the people. But my concern, if that's not part of the ordinance, then everyone who's talking to us and we're getting their opinions and they're telling us what they want, we have to actively not consider or hear any of that during the hearing. So it's like outside of this, any people talk to us, they'll complain, they'll do whatever. So that puts us in a really weird position too, because we're people who are supposed to listen to the community.
Well, I think
But then
it's
we
fair to
can't
say to them,
consider.
however, just, I'm sitting as a judge on this matter, and so I need to be impartial. So
Okay.
I can chat with you about it after the hearing or after we've made a decision, but I just can't hear anything about it now. It's fair to say that because you are sitting as the judge, if you will. So
Right.
it's just kind of training your
You need to have the
constituents.
wherewithal to kind of make sure that we're not emotionally invested, right, in that deal.
Yeah.
I must have told 10 people, don't talk to me about it, I don't want to know.
Yeah, I would like to speak to that because I know I'm one who's said pretty strongly that I think we should be, and it's in addressing Trustee Kinney's concern. I agree with her that we need to be impartial, and we can't, right? Our law says we can't take public comment or concerns into account currently, and that's fine. But for me, that accountability is after the decision is made. If people are unhappy with, hey, you should have approved this application and you didn't, they can come to me as their elected official and say, you're not doing what you in office do. There's accountability there to them, that they can actually come up to us and say, hey, I'm not happy with what you're doing. I run into this all the time. I get called lots of names and people say, oh, that's, to me, I take that as part of being an elected official. I was usually told when you get in office, half the people are gonna love you, and half the people are gonna hate you, and then sometimes I'll hate you. Like when you raise water bills. And so for me, that's just a fact of life. I try to do the best I can and make good decisions. But I think like Trustee Mason said, when it comes to the quasi judicial, I have no problem. I do a live stream every week and I tell people, if you got questions about this, I ain't gonna talk about it. You want to hear what is said, you come to the meeting, and I have no problem. I'm trying to be very open with people and communicate, but I also let them know there are lines I cannot cross. And that means, when there's an application about something that's gonna come to us, my wife goes to planning commission, she's not allowed to talk to me about it until after I hear it at the board of trustees. And so for me, I have no problem setting those rules in place and just making sure that that's it. And so I think it is important for us to be, again, sitting in that role. I think having a Ms. Brown there to work with us through that, I think would work great. But I think that that's the process I think we should follow. And I think that we're all elected because our people think we can do a good job. And that includes, right, when we serve in quasi judicial roles, being able to set aside whatever our bias is for or against something, and to say, does this application meet the merits? And I've approved plenty of applications that I might morally object to, but I'm like, you know what, it follows the law of the land. So I'm gonna go ahead and approve the application, because in that role as a quasi judicial judge, it's not about whether I morally think this thing is good or bad. It's about, does it follow the law of our town, whether I like that law or not.
And again, this goes back to, we can change it anytime through the system.
After the 1 year.
Like, are you talking about the ordinance?
Well, as far as moving from us being the
Yeah,
to her.
yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I mean, my personal thoughts are right now, I mean, it would make sense to have it be her, because there's no public comment on any of this. And until, or if we change the ordinance, until that comes down the pipes, I don't know. I would like to have a legal backing. I mean, go for it.
So I share some similar concerns as trustee Kinney. I think that because of the limited amount of area and the high demand and very competitive process that we could be potentially facing, we know that this is going to be a very politically charged issue. It passed by 1 vote. We've also had somebody come in the room, well, I guess, stand electronically in the room and threaten to sue us and call us every name under the sun. We have approved many liquor licenses over the years. We have never approved a marijuana license, and to be responsible for that, I am not comfortable doing that. I really don't want to be the authority. I was against it from the beginning. I think that over time, as we get through the learning curve of taking this on in the community, we can take on some of that local authority. But to try and take on that big of a responsibility right out the gate, we're putting ourselves in the community at a huge risk and liability. And that really concerns me.
One thing off script, I mean, there's their hole to take it to court. I don't really want to accept that.
So I totally agree with you, trustee Mason, that we should have a voice and a local presence in approving those licenses. But once we've approved several of them, or at least one of them on our own, or at least see what that demand is going to look like on our community, because if it is super politically charged, I mean, is that really something that we want to be involved with? Because it sounds like at this point, we can take community feedback and hear the concerns so that we can make decisions on changing that ordinance.
Yeah.
If we stay like out of the decision-making part for the licensing. So I see it more as a value and gives us more control and power to kind of have that separation.
Something that you just said that I resonated with me is if the plan is to change the ordinance in January, yeah, if we were the authority right now, anytime somebody would come to me with a complaint or concern about marijuana, I would turn them away and say, no, I can't talk to you about it. Out of safety, to be honest, that, you know, we're a judge for this. I cannot talk to you about marijuana concerns, about specific things. I can't talk to you about this. So meaning that we wouldn't be open to and hearing what the community wanted to change the ordinance to. So I think it would be a disservice if we became the authority right now, because we wouldn't be able to hear and make the changes appropriate for the ordinance as a plan in January.
So along those lines, like we did with the, hang on, because I want to carry on with this here, because kind of like we did with the sunset and restriction for us to be able to revisit this ordinance. Could we implement something similar that after so many licenses have been approved by the authority, that then the town resumes local control or something along those
Well,
lines?
anytime you could, the board can then serve as a local authority. And let me just clarify, I don't think it's as broad a range as you describe. If folks come up and talk to you about the marijuana ordinance itself, that's legit. But if they talk to you about this pending application, and this is why you need to deny it, or this is why you should prove it, and that matter is what will be before you, that you need to decide, you know, is the owner of good moral character and do they meet the state standards? That's where you have to say, I'm on the judge on that. You can talk about changes to the ordinance. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah. It's
Just to
a small
clarify.
town, though.
Oh, yeah, I get it, I get it.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, and thank you, because that was my question on that, is when we're in quasi judicial, it doesn't mean I can't talk about anything marijuana.
Right,
I
exactly.
cannot talk about this
That
applicant
application,
who's
that
coming to
application,
me.
exactly.
So I can be, if you want to come and talk to me about something completely unrelated to that applicant, that's fine.
Right,
As soon as you start saying, well, I want to talk to you about this applicant, it's like, nope. And if there's no applications in front of us, you can talk about whatever you want, doesn't matter.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. I
It's
just
not
wanted
quite
to
as broad,
clarify
yeah, it's
that
not quite as
because
broad.
Yeah.
those are separate, so it's not like if we were to serve as a licensing authority, we would not be able to work on the legislative side. Those would be two completely separate.
You just put on a different hat.
Okay. Just
Quasi
wanted to
judicial
clarify
versus
that.
legislative.
How many municipalities do you know where the board is the licensing authority?
None for marijuana.
Okay.
It's all a license. It's a, when judges or hearing officer. So. But it can be done.
I have a question. So for my understanding right now, so I have told anybody that has come to talk to me or discuss, say like the zoning, the rezoning issue that we had come up. I had specifically told anybody who knew me, wanted to talk about this, I can't have this discussion. I would love to after, but I can't talk about this right now. And I know it was really hard for some of my friends not to have that discussion with me. But I think what I'm trying to understand is I hear Rebecca, as far as of right now, is there, we can take whatever anyone has to say into account as of right now, because you're the licensing authority?
Well, even if you were the licensing authority, there's no pending application before you.
Got it.
So if they want to talk to you about general marijuana laws or their opposition or in favor of or whatever, then that's just in general terms, that's completely fine. If they want to talk about this application that is now pending before you as the authority, you can't talk about that.
So, and we still, as trustees, if we're any kind of having to vote on any matter or anything like that, we should be talking about some of that pending application in the first place, correct?
Yeah, if you're sitting in a quasi judicial
Got it.
capacity.
I mean, I think the thing that really hits home to me is no other municipalities are running this.
Just let me clarify that I
That
know
you know
of, that
of.
I know of.
How many do you know of?
Oh, gosh. Down Front Range, most larger cities.
Okay, and are they not the licensing authority due to the legal
Well,
implications?
the city council has decided it will be either the municipal judge or it will be a hearing officer who's appointed by the city.
And that, I mean, what's behind that? Like,
I
what's the
can't speak for
reasoning?
those.
What in
It's
your
a
professional-
complicated area. It's much more complicated than the
Yeah,
liquor
it's-
laws,
it's-
I think.
Okay, okay.
So in my understanding though, what would be coming back to us in review, even if we are the licensing authority, we still have the ability for those applications to go through you. Those applications get screened and then you make a recommendation.
Well, what I would do, I wouldn't make a recommendation because that's your job, right?
Right.
But I would guide you in the process.
Got it.
Say, this is what the hearing should look like, and I would get the mayor's script and, and these are the questions I would ask, and I would, give you all a memo that says, based on my review of the application, these are the questions that I recommend you ask as the owner.
Got it.
So you can all just decide how to do
Have
that.
you ever seen an application come back and go to court due to something being done improperly?
No, I haven't, because there's been a record that's been made and supports the decision. There's case law, of course. And the standard at the district court would be, is the decision of the authority arbitrary and capricious? Is it based on something that's not in the record?
Got it.
So that's
So
why
that's
we
the-
make a good record, right? That's
Got
why
it.
we make the record. If you're deciding things in the record under oath, or the documents that have been admitted, and your decision, and it's supported by what's in the record, doesn't mean you're not gonna get sued. They're not gonna take the suit, but whether it would be successful was,
Okay.
But we can get sued on any kind of
Right,
vote
you
or
can get- yeah,
decision that
exactly,
we
yeah,
make,
left and
taught
right.
or not.
yeah.
So, and that's kind of what my curiosity was coming down to is, I think definitely figuring out if there is a driving factor behind municipalities not doing it on its own. If we have a way to find out that information, Dan, is it a possibility?
I feel like when this question came up back in January, that we did some research and reached out to some communities, weren't able to come to any sort of.
I think it was like
Real
maybe
conclusion.
Cedar Edge, maybe. There was like one or two that we found, but they were, I can't remember right off, but
And in trying to do research to find the intent of the board and why they would do this, I'm not sure what
No.
that would look like.
Got it.
So I
Okay.
don't think I could.
that was not
I think,
determined.
Ms. Brown mentioned the complexity and she's also mentioned how this process is similar to liquor. And so I just want to be, the process is largely similar to liquor licensing, but the laws behind it and what you look at and is incredibly more complex. So I want to highlight that because I thought she said two things that sounded to
So what
conflict a
would
little
be
bit.
this?
So this is a similar process, so very different.
If we ended up being the commission,
The authority.
authority,
Mhm.
okay, you would give us the precedent, you would give us your reasons, yay or nay, maybe behind it, or none of that.
No, I'm
from
not
you.
gonna tell you what to do, but I'm gonna guide you on the process.
Only the process,
Yeah.
not precedents that's happened prior or anything
Well,
else?
that's not relevant. What's relevant is the application before you and whether they comply with the local law and state law. And whether the
You were
applicant.
talking about, things that might have been denied before because of certain things.
Right,
Would you bring
right.
that to our?
Oh, sure, yeah,
awareness?
you'd have, yeah, absolutely, the, criminal background and is the corporation in good standing with the Secretary of State, and have they paid all fees, and yeah, I would give you that guidance. I would not be telling you, I think you should approve or deny the application. I would not have that discussion with you.
Yeah, so basically it would be like in our packet, we would have the background checks from all different people. And so we'd have the standing from the Secretary of State. And so if they were in poor standing, that would be in our application for us to review. And so then we would be the ones that would have to go through and look at all of that together and then make a determination. In our determination, based on what I see in the packet that's presented me today, are there things here that would cause me to say, no, we should not grant this license, or say, you know what, they've proven or they spoke to the concerns that they had about the DUI they got 5 years ago, and we feel okay with them, having the business, etc. So that's all in the packet. So I think she would help with reviewing applications ahead of time, making sure all the background checks and information are in the packets that we receive, but then it would be our job to go through and actually follow the process given to us, and then ultimately come to a decision.
I'm wondering about putting the background check in the packet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
With a liquor license, we wouldn't
That's
do
in the
that.
packet.
I mean, that's,
Or it's
That's-
provided to us.
It's
that's
a
more,
summary,
that's more
yeah.
as the
It's a summary,
application.
it says the background check is clear,
Yes.
Oh, got it.
or
Okay.
something like that, so, yeah,
I've never had one that had anything on it, so.
yeah.
And the trustees haven't viewed a brand new liquor license since we don't know when. So you've been reviewing, you've been looking at renewals,
Yeah.
which in a lot of municipalities, it's done administratively, but we bring it before you for consideration. But you haven't seen a brand new liquor license that includes all of that detail. We don't know since when. We don't know. You'll be getting one very soon, though.
So in looking at how this could change in January, if we as a board agree to allow public comments on impacts of residents and neighborhoods and stuff like that, is that something when we're looking at doing this, if we take over the liquor, like the marijuana licensing authority aspect of it, where does that place you in all of that? Still background checks and all of that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I still would be available to review the applications as they came in, make sure I can draft questions that I would recommend you ask of the applicant, a script for the mayor, highlight things that might be of concern, etc.
Do you hear the public comment? That's what I'm trying to figure out where
So,
this role
so
sits.
what happens with the consideration of the needs and desires of the neighborhood, Krystal, just like she does with liquor licenses, sends out a map showing the designated location, generally half-mile radius. Is that what you use for liquor, Krystal? And then it is up to the applicant to prove the needs and desires of those in the neighborhood. So typically what they do is they hire a survey company. Liquor Pros is one that's, works around the state, and they go door to door to door to door, and, here's the location, and this is the establishment, and it's, retail or it's medical, and, are you favor or against, and do you want to sign, and what are your reasons for that? And then they will do a tally of, this is the number of this number of door knocks, this is number of responses, this is the number of yays and nays, and this percent in favor, this percent against. All of that's presented generally through the testimony of the person who's running that company, who does that survey. However, in addition to that, people who live in or are business owners in that designated half-mile neighborhood can appear at the hearing. They're deemed to be parties in interest, and they can speak in favor of or against an application, and they can actually ask questions of the applicant. It has to be civil, but they can ask questions of the applicant, just like with liquor.
Got it. And that's with us as trustees or with you?
Right, regardless,
Got
if
it.
you make that change to the ordinance come January, then that is a second consideration of the authority.
Got it.
And also at the front end, the review of the application and making sure the application is complete. And that's a pretty big step that I think should be able to assist with greatly.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't done any new liquor applications in a long time, but in another municipality, I recently submitted one that was 250 or 300 pages. I mean, it's a lot of material. And so having an expert be able to help with that process to make sure it's complete and accurate, I think there's a huge benefit to having their services for that.
What's the normal time frame going from submitting to approving?
There are requirements for the posting of the notice of public hearing. So it's, and there's, background check can take some time. So I would
On an
say,
average.
I would say 90 days, give or take. It could be a little bit longer than that. It's not often shorter than 60 days. The review process takes some time. And some of these places aren't yet constructed, so they may come in and get
Right.
an application, rolling, and it'll be if it's granted on condition of the CO being issued, and then inspection of the premises to make sure it matches the diagram. So.
You said that you would, if we were the authority and you were our council, then you would list recommended questions that you would ask. When asking those questions and hearing the responses, I would guess. So this is where my concern is hearing those responses and not knowing the full law to apply to with ears to those responses, and or if we were to go off script and ask the appropriate questions or go down some rabbit hole. That's my concern, because I assume that when we ask those questions, we're looking for responses that would comply or not comply to the law.
Well, I could, in the moment, if you don't have
Yeah.
a follow-up question, I certainly could
Yes,
ask a
please.
question on your behalf.
Okay,
So I could, I could do that.
so you participate.
Yeah.
I do want to bring up a concern before of hiring someone to help with, to be our authority, was a cost concern. We heard that from the public many times as to why would we pay someone to do this when the board said that, or the community said that the board could. But given what we've heard tonight, regardless, we need and have to have, well, I would hope that everybody's come to that conclusion. That council, and I don't think there is a realized cost savings one way or the other. So I do want to just highlight that real quick, because that was a major concern that we heard several times.
So, I think in the interest of trying to get this conversation wrapped up, my personal opinion, I think at this point, I would not be opposed to bringing Ms. Brown on until potentially January. And then if we do make changes to the ordinance, I would ask that we reconsider that at that point.
That's where I'm personally. I mean, these are big money players, and if they're coming with lawyers on lawyers, and we ourselves are trying to read through a 500-page packet, we mess something up. That right there, I mean, we're opening ourselves up for what will hurt. And until we change the ordinance, I think it'd be smart to just have her as our coverage.
Well, in the end, in that reality, there's not really much we really can do right now as it sits.
Right.
Is my understanding,
Right,
correct? So that all will be addressed in January when we actually can do something about it if we choose to as a board. What would we be doing now if we don't continue utilizing that's what I'm trying to figure out. What would
So, I mean,
we be doing differently now?
We can continue this conversation.
Well, so the conversation has to be continued on June because that's the
Yeah.
date the prior board. Now, that conversation can literally be the board decides to continue working with Mrs. Brown, which
Yeah.
seems to be the direction. I think Ms. Brown should continue working with us. I still stand by, I think that we as a board need to be sitting in on this. But if it is the feel of the board that, hey, we feel that we want to just continue having Mrs. Brown serve on as the authority, then that's what we do. But just in June, we would have to just say, we're revisiting that, we've had discussion and we feel we'd like to continue. And I don't think we need to set a hard date for January. If we get to January, we decide to make, then we do need to be clear that this is entirely separate from changing the ordinance. Changing the ordinance has nothing to do with serving as the marijuana licensing authority. And so if in January we choose to change that, great, that's a wholly separate conversation. To me, that doesn't, if we change it, then we serve it, it would be either way. To me, it's again about not accountability in the sense that, oh, I'll listen to them, is that they have a recourse to come back and say, I am not happy with you, Trustee Gator, because you're not giving applicants a fair shake at this. They followed everything and you still turn, like, then they have the ability to recall me and say, you're gone. And I think that to me is this important. So that's why for me, I think that we should serve as that. But again, if the rest of the board feels that we really think, no, we're just going to continue to want to have to deal with that, and we can revisit it down the road. So.
I'd love to hear renewals rather than new applications. I think that would be where I'd be way more comfortable.
So what are you wanting now, Trustee Gator, compared to what she is providing? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a.
No, so as things stand right now, and if we change nothing in June, what will continue is if we have someone who comes to apply for the marijuana license, then Ms. Brown will do everything and we will have absolutely zero engagement at all. We will probably be told the outcome after it happens. And outside of that, we'll have absolutely nothing to do with it. So my preference is that we would serve as a liquor licensing authority. I think serving with Ms. Brown would be great. So she could review the applications and then she could bring that to us. She could provide the script. And then we're sitting up there, they come up, they make their case to us, and then we go through based on the law, and then we sit as judges to make a determination as to, so the only thing that changes, instead of Ms. Brown doing everything, we are actually the ones taking the information, making the decision.
Got it.
At
So-
that point, we are now accountable to the people for the decision they made, whether it be right or wrong. And that to me is the issue. So that would be the only change is who is actually making the final decision and whether or not we are involved. Because at this place that we continue, we have absolutely no involvement.
Got it. I was getting the changing the ordinance intertwined
Yes,
with the,
yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
just like, wait, you can't do anything.
Yeah, so-
Hey,
Well,
again-
my thoughts on it are like, how could it be that right or wrong of a decision if we really only have one or two spots? It's really yours to prove off of everything you gave to us or not. I mean, there's not much to really battle there for the public. That's my thoughts.
Exactly, unless we change the ordinance.
Yeah. But that's separate, that's.
Yeah, again, it comes back to, and this is just where I more have a personal concern is when you've got elected officials making decisions for the resident, the affected residents, they have accountability. When you have people that are appointed, these citizens don't have any connection to that person. That's more my concern.
Yeah, and Trustee Gator, I get that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, with the process being what it is right now, I don't know that it would necessarily change anything, right? Whether or not Ms. Brown shoots down something or does not shoots down something, the residents are still going to be able to come and talk to you about that, right? So
they can come talk to me. There's nothing that can be done about it. So.
Being what the process is that it is without changes to the ordinance, I just don't, hearing what I'm hearing here, it doesn't seem like all we'd really be doing is putting a rubber stamp on it. And if it's truly quasi-judicial, then that's exactly what we'd be doing. It's just rubber stamping. So that's my question is, does it make sense for the board to get involved at that level if we don't have some changes to the ordinance itself?
Well, Trustee Mason, you bring up a good point because our ordinance, like making adjustments to the ordinance is our ability to have control over the marijuana licensing authority. And that ordinance just
an issue than there is for an authority.
We've got a lot to get through tonight. I know I'm the one that really is kind of pushing what I'd like to. I'm not hearing that support from the board, so I would say, let's just move on, and I say we'll probably come back to this in June. It sounds like we just sort of move it as it is, because I don't want to, even though I disagree, I don't want to take a ton of our time on it. It's okay. And rehashing the same points.
I'm glad we touched on this though. 'Cause I
No,
learned
it's
a
good.
lot today. So, thank you very much.
Yes, thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
I'll give you a call.
Thank you. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that was great and very helpful for us.
Yes,
I
no,
didn't want to come back in June with a proposal without having that actual conversation. So that's why I wanted to find the time of the work session on this one. So that's very helpful.
And I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude. I know I'm the one who's pushing against it. So I'm like, if I'm the one who wants this to change, let's just move on. Because there are other, I don't want to keep everyone here all night for, I appreciate the conversation and all the different stuff.
Give me 1 second to get to the next item. I'm trying to find where it all is in the packet and
Are out, and we just lost connection. Krystal's working on it, getting text messages telling me that
Should be
it's not
71.
streaming anymore, so we're on it. If you get any text messages, we're taking care of it.
I like my.
Can't take it quick, like 1 or 2
There's a
minutes.
button where you can do that.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Bye.
Bye.
5 minutes.
Says the sound is working.
Yeah. This is what I want. I want us to have a conversation.
Thank you for showing me that.
Saves you a lot of scrolling time.
It really does.
Sometimes I catch myself scrolling and scrolling. I'm like, what am I doing?
That was your thing, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next agenda item for the work session is board policies and procedures. And this is a big old conversation about a lot of different things. I apologize for the second page of my memo, which turned out to be sort of a sub-agenda for tonight's meeting, with 7 different items in it. So we're trying to run through as many of them as possible, but the idea is I wanted as much conversation among the board to get a sense of where you're at on a lot of these things. I tried to provide a general summary of what we're talking about, some potential discussion topics, which were certainly by no means exclusive. So if you think of other things, talk about those other things as well. That's just what came to my mind. Current town of Wellington policy and procedure, which I tried to cite to code resolution where possible, or just our current practice. And then it tried to provide some examples. And I did include in the packet the town of Netherlands board policies and procedures booklet. That was by no means a recommendation for our board. I think there's a lot of things in there that I wouldn't necessarily recommend our board include in such a document. But I like that it combined a lot of different items in there, and it had a number of examples. So anywhere that I provide an example, those are not recommendations necessarily. That's just other options that are out there in the universe. I don't necessarily have a timeline in mind for each of these items, a time for discussion, but it is 7:45 and I've got 7 items on here, so we'll try and get through them where appropriate. And if there's more, and some of them certainly lend themselves to more in-depth discussion. The first item on my sub-agenda was how the agendas are set. And this took some research, and I included in the packet a proposed policy from 2015, as well as a agenda and minutes from a town board meeting in October of 2015, where this was discussed, because that's what I could find in our records. And then what's not noted on the sub-agenda is if you scroll down to, hold on, let me get the section. At the very end of the packet, I included resolution 32-2016, which was a resolution adopted in 2016, which I included because it talks about Bob's rules versus Robert rules. Yet in that resolution, actually, it also talks about agenda setting. So that is where our current, the town board's current agenda setting process is. That's on page
137.
137. So I'm going to scroll there right now. Sorry, there it is. The current process is the mayor and town administrator clerk establish the agenda. Any town member may request the items to be placed on the agenda. Huh?
Wow, any town member.
Well, may request is what it
Oh,
says.
okay,
And that's
okay.
key. The next sentence is vital, is if the mayor or town administrator clerk is not willing to place an item on the agenda, requested by a town board member on the agenda, any 2 board members may direct that an item be placed on the agenda without mayoral approval. And that's, so it takes 2 board members to put something on the agenda. That's a current resolution. I actually don't know that that's been town policy over the last.
It's been done once.
John and I have done it.
Have you done
We've
the
done it.
2?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the,
I can tell you the context behind that. So the history behind that is we didn't have a mechanism in place, and then we had 7 people requesting for agenda items all the time. And so then the staff had no idea what they were supposed to be putting on the agenda, and there was no clear direction. And then it turned into an argument because somebody wanted something on the agenda and it didn't get on the agenda. So how do we get something on the agenda? And so this was, something like a rule that was established to help everybody play in the sandbox, because we couldn't put our agendas together.
Oh, 2016.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
like that? You guys
Okay.
like that? I like it.
I think
I
it's
like
good.
three.
Yeah.
I like the 3 that was recommended. I don't know, 2's fine, but
I think 2 is great.
I think 2's fine.
so it's, first step is
First step is with the mayor.
mayor,
Town administrator.
and just,
Yeah.
if the mayor says it's on the agenda, it's on the agenda. That's
And
pretty
if you
standard,
wanna
but,
add something,
but
just get somebody to come along with you. Yeah.
well, and if you say no, then get somebody to come along
Oh,
with you.
yeah.
Or you can go to the mayor and say, I'd like something on the agenda. If he agrees, then
It's on the
it's
agenda.
on the agenda. I mean, so that's what it currently says.
Yeah, I think that's a good, I mean, checks and balances for sure.
You know, for staff, it's certainly important to have some gate. Because we have to put a lot of work into each agenda, item, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Was that
stick with,
helpful?
huh?
Was that helpful?
Yeah, to know that
How
that's what
fast
you
was
want.
that, guys? How fast was that?
Next one, next one.
No, that's, the conversation tonight is partially just to get some confirmation. And on this item, I had to dig through to find ordinance or resolution 32, 2016, and we didn't have it in my office's records, even though we probably drafted it. Our records are very thorough. They are extensive, I should say. Yeah. So not seeing that, you know, I wanted to know what the board wanted. And a new board can adopt new policies. And so that is helpful for me to hear that. So thank you. Number 2, can we move on?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Do you want-
Yes, no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
What do you can, 2 for attendance?
Is attendance.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, request from the public. Generally, if someone contacts me, if a member of the public contacts me and wants to put something on the agenda, I ask them to make that request on the Board of Trustee email address. Tell them that, you know, please contact your trustee or whoever you're comfortable with and ask them to bring that to the board. So that's my current practice.
I think that's good, because that's what happened with the fireworks, and then the mayor put it on the agenda, so I think that's the perfect example of how that should
Perfect.
work.
And then it goes back to the same thing.
Well, it goes through the
Puts it on or
process.
2 people. put it on.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure we were still good with that. And then the last item was threshold for use of staff time on potential agenda items. And
Yeah.
I can, I guess, as agenda items come up, if they're gonna be lengthy or voluminous or something like that, then I can let you know what the time involved could be.
Or do we want to set a cap on staff time, money, for how involved they're going into these?
Yeah, because it may be more than one staff person that may require the research.
Should we
I would do
kind
like 30 minutes if it's, and that should be able to provide a good introduction and get basic information and determine if they need to do a deeper dive or is the superficial information available online somewhere.
So
Yeah.
what I would recommend is 2 hours. Because that would take, I mean, yes, that's staff time. It's 2 hours out of a 40-hour week, or 60-hour week. But, you know, that would give us an opportunity to really do some research, get some information together. Sometimes we'll get a one-off, like a request, like say a resident contacted trustee Teets about, we'll say fireworks. And, you know, she's like, so Patty, what is, you know, what's our current policy? What's in our, you know, code, things like that. So I would allow up to like 2 hours worth of work to find that research, report out to all of the trustees. But I think beyond the 2 hours, it's that, then we're starting to really like, yeah, we're really investing in the project and not sure if the rest of the trustees are supportive of it.
So I don't know from a policy standpoint if this is beneficial, because I know generally if we as trustees are bringing something and saying this is going to, typically I know when trustee Kenny and I were, it was about making a statement supporting businesses. So it wasn't like some long project. And maybe we just have it that if it would take more than 2 hours, then it maybe can be added to the agenda as an item for the board to discuss. And the entire board can then vote on whether or not we're going to pursue that item or drop it. And so that way it can still, because I think the biggest thing is as trustees, we want to be able to say this needs to be brought up for discussion. And maybe it's, well, we need to have a discussion before we invest a bunch of time in it, which is fine. I agree. We as a whole board, but then we can have a board discussion on here's the limited information. It would take X number. Patty can come in and say it's going to take 30 hours of staff time to pursue this further. And then the entire board of trustees could then vote and say, yes, great idea, let's go for it. Or they can say, yeah, no, we don't think this is a good use of staff time. And then at that point, it just dies. What do you guys think about doing that as a way to?
So just for me to simplify it, if you wanted to change something, put something on the agenda, instead of you contacting staff right away, you would bring it to the board?
No, so basically, let's say that I want to bring up.
Let's do land use code.
I want to make massive changes to the land use code.
Okay.
And trustee Mason agrees with me.
Okay.
And you're like, no, that's not a good use for staff time right now. I'm not putting it on the agenda.
Okay.
And we go and say, the two of us want us on the agenda. Patty's like, it's going to take way more than 2 hours. So then that gets put on the agenda as an item for the whole board to discuss. And then we as a whole board have discussion. This is gonna take, Patty says it's gonna take 20 hours of Cody's time. And then we as a board vote yes or no.
Yeah.
Now, if Patty's like, what they want can be done in an hour and a half, gets put on the agenda, we as a board have a discussion, we vote yes or no, no big deal. But anything that would maybe surpass 2 hours of staff time
Would have to go.
would come to the agenda, but it would come to the agenda for board discussion as to whether or not staff is going to pursue this as an item, if that makes sense.
Just in terms of practicality,
Yeah.
on how that would work, I mean, using 2 hours, and there could be some other arbitrary number, but just using 2 hours. If an item is put on the agenda, so say there was a request to talk about fireworks, and we're looking at putting something on the agenda, the first thing that we're gonna have to do is figure out what that agenda item really means, and we're probably gonna have a meeting. That meeting's probably gonna be 2 or 3 people. So then we can't even have a meeting, right? Because that meeting is already gonna take more than 2 hours. Then, just because of how many people need to be involved in a lot of these things, any agenda item, and the amount of time that goes into every agenda item is pretty extensive. And that includes preparing the material, also creating the packet. I have to review every packet. So if the item is the simplest item, it could still take, and it has a lot of paper, it could still take me 30 minutes. So how is that factored in? I'm not sure
So,
arbitrary time is possible, but it's a discretion for Patty perhaps.
so yes, so what I'm thinking, very simple. So, Trustee Teets comes to me, says, Patty, I want more information about fireworks. We give you a little bit of information. You're like, no, I need a little bit more. I'm like, you know what, Trustee Teets, that's going to take 3 hours of staff time. Can you bring it up during your board report and say, I would like to have staff do this research. Do I have support from 2 or more of you, or, you know, a majority of you, for staff to continue? Not looking at to make like a formal agenda item or anything like that, and keep it more communication oriented. You know, let's keep this open. You know, it's, you know, Bob, what's it going to cost for us to redo all the sidewalks? I was like, oh, that's going to take me 5 hours. Can you come bring it to the trustees and see if we have support for research and things like that? So keep it really simple, but just anything, you know, anything that gets brought to us, brought to me that, you know, I check in with my team and they're like, it's going to take us more than 2 hours to do that research. I'll report back to you. Hey, it's going to take more than 2 hours. I need you to bring this to the trustees and get support for for staff to work on that. And that's what I'm looking for.
And we
Really
can-
simple.
And we can create a policy that says that in a
Mhm.
clear way, and we can present that in a little bit.
I think that'd be wise, just to save the town money
Mhm.
and to make sure we're chasing the proper things.
Mhm. Yep, like,
I
some-
think,
Because we can bring it to the board report. and-
sure, yeah, and I don't have a problem. And I think requests for information, I guess that's the hard part, is I don't envision this as being something where I'm like, hey, this needs to be something that's on the agenda, now staff go do the work.
Mhm.
If I'm saying something needs to be on the agenda, I've probably got a pretty good idea of what it needs to be.
and that's different.
And
But that's
so-
different. That's a
okay,
different
so-
scenario.
Mhm.
So this is like you wanting, like, so.
Yeah, informational requests, absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Those go board report. I brought one up
Make a
last week.
cast, yeah, make
and that's
requests for it.
fine.
Yep, it's all
So
good.
I think when we're talking about agenda items, we're talking about things that we need the board to take action on. Because in work sessions, we have our discussion, so if we need to have something that's an action item, or the community wants us to take action, they're gonna use their chain of command and come to us. So that, I think that's, we're talking about research for actionable items. Not research for the sake of research of asking questions.
Yes.
Right.
This is research to put together that cover sheet for an actionable item. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, I just want to make sure that
Okay,
we're good.
so it's sounding like from Dan, from your perspective, want to be careful about putting limits on that. But then my concern is that how do we write that in? Again, feel bad, Patty, you're sitting there by yourself.
No, no,
We're
it's
all
okay.
over
No,
it.
it's, I wanted to leave
Is
space for people.
that
I'm good.
we get into a situation where we have a town administrator who, you know, they don't like me. And so I'm like, well, I've got support. And they say, they just use their administrative power, say, oh, it's gonna take too much staff time. We're not putting it on the agenda. Well, I want to be careful because
That's where the trust factor needs to come in.
yeah, because that's,
Yeah.
because the whole point of the 2 trustees being able to put an item on the agenda is if the town administrator and the mayor won't.
Right.
And so if we're turning around and giving the trustees the power to put that on the agenda, but then we're turning around and giving the power right back to the town administrator to keep it from coming to the agenda.
I think you're thinking of 2 different.
No, because
That's
we,
not what I heard.
no, because we started with that and then we transitioned into talking about informational requests. So I want to be clear, if
I'm
two
not-
trustees put an item, because we're talking about this limit of staff, threshold for use of staff time, that's not.
for action item, action item,
That does
Action
not
item.
apply to,
information requests.
okay,
Patty can use her discretion
I just-
for information. requests.
Okay.
That's
I'm-
what we're
I guess-
searching for is actionable items on the
Basically,
agenda,
we-
right?
Agenda is actionable items, that's why the
okay.
two trustee threshold, but if it's on the agenda, is there a limit on staff time? Because in my mind, if it's on the agenda, then staff needs
Okay.
full discretion in order to prepare the board for that action.
And that's what I thought we were talking
I
about.
thought that's, so,
And I'm probably confusing the two.
Okay.
I mean, and that's, so, I mean, if an item's on the agenda and you're telling, you guys are telling me it's on the agenda, we will do everything there
okay.
is. This is
Got it.
like if somebody wants,
Separate. Okay,
Yeah, separate,
I'm
like-
good now. I thought we were
yes.
still, I thought this was a
No.
connection to the agenda.
No.
I'm fully in support of
Sounds like
that.
I only
Yes.
get 2 hours.
well, that's, that's.
yeah, no, that's
That's what I
not
was talking
possible.
about. I'm
No.
like, you're putting something on the agenda and you're telling me I get 2 hours to prep for it?
Yeah, and Dan
Good luck.
reviews every agenda item. I
Sure.
review every agenda item,
Okay.
so there's,
I
yeah,
got it.
so it will always
Okay.
be more than 2 hours.
Thank you. That's
But,
where-
but there is an interest in a policy about limiting staff
Yes.
use for informational items, and I think we can craft something around that as
Yep.
well. But I'm, right now, tonight, I'm mostly interested in kind of the vibe of the thing. Let's, I think we're getting a good sense, and as long as, if it's on the agenda, it's on the agenda, and
Yes.
we work on it and do right.
Mhm.
Because-
I got stuck on the threshold.
And
Use
that's
of staff
where
time.
the, and I moved past that item because for my mind, the threshold question on my sub-agenda was meant to be a conversation point around how things get on the agenda.
Okay.
And so once we'd had the conversation around agenda, then it was like, okay,
Got
so potential discussion topics are potential discussion topics. Number 2 is attendance. This has been brought up before. Some communities have an attendance policy for their elected officials. There's different policies around excused and unexcused absences. One issue with this sort of policy is a trustee in a statutory municipality can only be removed with a vote of the board after public hearing and all of that. So even if there is a policy of an attendance policy or even in our town code, some sort of attendance requirement for trustees, if it's violated
Still has to go to vote.
for 6 months, it still requires affirmative action of the board to do something. So having that sort of policy just really puts a trigger that says you've missed the X many, now we call that cause. And then the board still has to do exactly what they would have to do right now, which is give notice that they're going to remove somebody, have a public hearing, have a full vote. But is there interest in an attendance policy? And some communities do have that. So I gave some examples. Is it something?
I think we should.
Interest?
Do we not have it now?
No,
No.
I think I agree that we should. We can just, I feel we can discuss like, what is the limit of excused and unexcused? I think there does need to be a limit. And there's kind of a couple of sides to that. To me, there would be like an excused absence is, I have something come out and I let the mayor know, hey, I'm not going to make it tonight, X, Y, and Z came up. No problem. That's one of your excused absences. I do it again, that's my second one. At that point, I'm out of excused absences for the year, for however we want to set that number at. And then I have maybe 2 unexcused absences. Well, even if I tell the mayor, that's still an unexcused absence. Once I've gone 4 times, which to me is way too many. Now I am in violation of the policy. Now, the board still has to make a decision at that point, do they remove me or not? Because maybe there's a good reason for that. There's this going on or family emergencies. But my view on that is even if it's, my wife has been in critical ICU, like that's a good reason to not be at board meetings.
I don't think we need to talk about the
Sorry.
reasons why people do or don't. attend
Okay,
board
sorry.
meetings. I think
But the bottom line is regardless of the reasoning why they're gone, if they're not here, and they cannot be here because of some extenuating circumstances, we really need to have someone who can be here. And so to my perspective, as much as I might agree with the reasoning for doing other things, that it still needs to be something, we need to have someone in that seat. We went through a situation where the first 4 months of this year, we had a seat that sat completely empty. And we have no policy in which to address that.
I think 4 is too many.
I would
to be
agree that 4
honest.
is too many, but
We have 24 meetings a year.
Yeah, I think I like the attendance concept. I think it should only apply to meetings and work sessions. I don't think it should apply to any town events or anything like that.
Agreed.
People will come when they're available.
Yep,
Some
I
people aren't available during those times.
Do we think, sorry,
Oh, and then the other thing is, I think we should always allow virtual participation, but also make it very clear within that policy when you can participate in votes or not. But I think virtual, because my kids are sick, I'd like to stay home with them, but I would still like to participate, you know what I mean? But, so I don't necessarily need to be absent, I would like to participate, but maybe there should be a limit to that, because you don't want someone only attending virtually forever. But I think it should be allowable, we have the technology to do it, we're ready to go on that, I think that's a great option.
Okay, so I might actually approach this from a different direction, because I think it sounds like we're all potentially in favor of an attendance policy. What I would ask is in page 73 of the packet, the Newcastle example particularly, does anybody have any opposition to what is listed in the Newcastle piece? Because I think that actually fits us rather well.
Page 73.
73.
73, section 3.
One difference,
Section.
just for your reference,
Sorry, you're on again.
one difference here with Newcastle is a home rule municipality. So
Sure.
just the language of this one where it says
Would be
a
different.
vacancy shall occur, we don't have that rule.
Correct,
It would
correct.
say,
You
Thank
opposed
you.
it would,
or have any?
it doesn't automatically vacate.
Sure.
Newcastle, in a Newcastle in a home rule municipality, that can be in the charter, and
Sure.
this is in their charter. So
I think
it's not exact, but
I think one thing, I mean, if we start playing the virtual events thing, I mean, it kind of also ties into, well, can they vote virtually? Does that count as a meeting if they can't vote?
That would be the one.
So it's like, do we have a stipulation in there if there's a quasi judicial hearing and they're on Zoom, does that count as a vacancy?
What, I have a couple
I don't know, I don't know, you know, what this could mean. And I
Right,
just
and I
wanted
think we need to address I agree with the virtual, but I am in support, trustee Mason, to your question of more or less what's, I personally feel 4 is too high. I would say like 2 would be more of what because I mean, to me, in 2 years, I've not missed a single meeting. So that's what I ran for office for, is what I went through. That's what I told the community, I would be here and I would do this. And I agree with trustee Kenny, it should only be for the work sessions and for the board meetings. I don't think special meetings should be included. I think we need to try and be there, but I don't, because special meetings by definition sometimes have to be called on a day we don't normally meet.
Yeah.
And we may not have calendars that we can get there. And if that's the case, we should all try to be there, but I don't think that should be held against someone because they can't all of a sudden upend their schedule 3 days. in advance.
Yeah.
So I would agree, just work sessions and regular meetings. I would say, and again, because this doesn't just go to, okay, you missed 2, you're out. It's you missed 2, then that's ground to the board to consider, right? We still have to use our judgment. Hey, was that not a big deal? If it's not a big deal, we continue moving on. If it's something where it's like, hey, they're like, I can't fix this and change this, then the board has to decide at that point.
So I do want to be clear about the language though, right? It says fails to attend 4 consecutive meetings or 75% of the regular meetings. I suppose what I would say is, to compromise with that, would it be more favorable to say, I don't know, something like 3 consecutive meetings and leave the 75% piece there?
That would be a whole month.
Yeah,
that you
right.
were MIA, yeah.
Get your gun.
because I mean, it's
Not
really,
excuse.
really, I mean, we're really just stating something that then we're gonna vote on anyways. I mean, I want to hear what you have to say, trustee.
I kind of like what you just came up with. 3, 4 is probably too much for consecutive, but the 3 and then 75 capping it off at that point, because things do happen. And that way we still have a little bit of leeway. Hopefully we don't miss any,
Right.
but, right.
So where my concern falls is the consecutive piece, is because if I just decide I'm not coming to work sessions because I want that Thursday off, I would never be I could never show up to work session. I could never run afoul of that policy.
It would be consecutive board meeting, work session, board meeting.
Correct, but I
Right.
could just say I'm coming to the second or fourth Tuesday, but not the third. Sorry.
So what's the total amount you got? 36?
36 plus or minus a couple.
Well, we said, you know, if you meet, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to hear from Ash.
So I think that the issue that we're trying to address here is accountability. Because in the past, we've had attendance issues, which creates issues for being able to conduct business. So however, people do have extenuating circumstances in their personal life that I don't think we necessarily need to disclose publicly. I think what I would propose is I like Brian's suggestion of 3. And we have excused and unexcused, and we report that information to the mayor. And when you have an excused absence, I mean, that's an extenuating circumstance. It's like if you have a birth or a death in the family. I don't want to talk about that in a public meeting, nor should I hope that he would either. But if we have had a conversation and I've checked in and he says this is an excused absence, Trustee McDonald has checked in, there may be situations where there are 3 or more consecutively where there's an issue. Where the challenge lies is when we have trustees who don't check it. And then we don't know when they plan on participating. So those 3 consecutive unexcused absences, because that blatantly says to the board, I'm not checking in with the mayor. I don't care about our quorum rules. So whether it's a special meeting, a work session, or a regular meeting, those are all meetings where we have to conduct some kind of business. And if we're not at least checking in with the mayor, it's rude to us and to them. And
Right, and 75%, I mean, we could miss 9 meetings per year.
That's a lot.
And then relative to the virtual, like, let's set a cap. Like, each one of us has the opportunity to use 2 virtual attendances. And then if you're using your discretion for those attendances and you can't vote, you're making a really poor choice as a trustee.
Like 2 biannually or 2 as a whole?
Well, I think that's what we should talk about. Like, what is reasonable? Because we generally have about 3 meetings a month.
So I would say maybe what if we did 2 and then additional by mayor's discretion? So basically, we are allowed 2 that we can use at any time. I'm going on vacation. I know, I would say in a year.
So I'm asking like remote.
Remote, yes. So
Okay,
I can,
thank you.
I can log in, resume 2 times throughout the year. I can be on Zoom for 2 meetings. If I need additional, the mayor can allow it at his discretion.
Okay.
Does that include a vote? Or
I
just
would say,
participation?
yes, I think you should be able to vote. I don't see any problem with people
Is that
voting.
legal?
Unless it's
Quasi judicial, I
This is
think.
quasi.
And even quasi judicial could be, I just would highly.
Yeah, and I'm
Highly
fine with,
recommend.
I'm fine with keeping quasi judicial as non-voting, that's fine.
Yeah.
But everything else, I think that you should be able to vote, but I agree, I think it should be, I say twice, you can do whatever you want, just let the mayor know. But beyond that, if your kids are sick or my kids are sick or something like that, I don't see a problem with someone being able to tune in. When I had COVID back in 2020, and I tuned in via Zoom, I wasn't gonna come and get anyone else sick, right? So I see no problems with that.
So what I'm hearing is the 3 consecutive unexcused absences.
Yep.
2 remote participation meetings per year with flexibility of the mayor's discretion. And then, excused absences, we're not putting a cap on. If it becomes an issue, we can bring it back and adjust our policy, but I think that should also be at the mayor's discretion. So I don't want to hear about what is necessarily going on with you guys personally. I think that's kind of his responsibility to help coordinate all of us.
Trustee Keats.
Okay, I like the idea of some of the things Ashley brought up as far as the 2 virtual attendances. And if you need an additional, you can do that on the mayor's discretion. I think the 3 consecutive absences, I do like the 2, I will say, because at the end of the day,
Real fast, unexcused?
either.
Okay.
So either, because at the end of the day, we were elected by the mass to show up, be present. If we still have if it's excused and extenuating circumstances, still of course reach out and then let the trustees or the mayor decide whichever one that is. But we really truly, unless we have extenuating circumstances, I would hope none of this board chooses to just not show up to the meetings. I don't see any of you guys selecting or choosing not to show up to the meetings. I'm gonna assume that if anything happens to any of us, that we're showing up because something happens. And be understanding that if it is an emergency, if you're in a car accident, you might not get that notification right away, because that might not be on my husband's or your wife's like top to-do list to contact and say, hey, FYI, my wife or my
And that's-
husband's in the hospital.
I think that kind of like would play into to discretion at that point, like 3 unexcused is an issue. Because within a month's time, you should be able to reach out to somebody, and at that point, you could bring those unexcused possibly back into excused, you know what I mean? So I would venture on the side of 2 virtuals in a year with discretion, 3 unexcused consecutively,
3 unexcused or excused?
3 unexcused consecutive is like room for us to place a vote.
Or 75% of the meetings throughout the year.
Right.
You
And
missed
again,
75%, and they were just all over the place.
Right.
You're done.
75% is 9 meetings.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, yeah.
So I do want to bring up my concern is 3, I don't know, the problem I have is 3 consecutive. And again, this is not an issue because of the existing board. But the concern I have is someone could literally say, I'm never coming to a work session. And they would never run afoul of the policy because they would never be consecutive. So they could literally just say, I will show up for the 2nd and 4th.
What if it's 3 consecutive meeting types?
I would just say 3 unexcused, period.
I don't think that's reasonable, because certain times of the month, like, for instance, my kids, like the 3rd week of the month is a super huge challenge because sometimes my kids have activities specific to that week of the month.
But would that be excused?
It would, but John is saying unexcused or excused, it doesn't matter.
I would prefer, it doesn't matter, but at the very least, unexcused should,
I say-
it should only be 3, period. If the mayor's choosing to excuse you, the mayor's choosing to excuse you, and we can revisit that later, but I have issue with being consecutive unexcused. That's my
Sometimes
concern.
things come up, like, just as Pete said, and you can't,
It
if
is-
that-
it is-
and you can't
it is
retroactively go
Yeah.
back and be like, that would be a logistical nightmare if every time somebody's absent, we're like, oh, I'm gonna unexcuse the absence from 2 weeks ago. You get a chance to call the mayor before the meeting and be responsible and check it. If you don't check in with the mayor, it's unexcused.
All right.
That scenario that John brought up can be resolved by the percentage concern, instead of being 75, being 33%.
Oh.
So you could say 3 consecutive or more than 33%. That way, if you're missing a third of the meetings, you're out. Or we will then bring it to a vote. So I think that would resolve both of those scenarios.
That would be 25%, would it not?
No,
If you miss 25% of the meetings throughout the year.
Well, that's what they, new council has, which was the
Right.
9, the trustee Wiegand said 33% would be missing 12 meetings throughout the year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one a
that's-
month.
I think that's too many.
To me, that's way too many. I
Let's
would
just
say,
reduce that percentage. then.
so what if we did, so what, we have roughly 30 something.
36.
So if we did 20%, that would be 6 meetings. So
If you miss 20%, no matter what,
then that's grounds, whether they're
That's grounds.
excused or unexcused.
I think that's great. I think the 9 is way too many.
okay.
Right now.
And if we do the percentage as well, then I would be comfortable with the consecutive. But if we don't have a limit on how many you can miss with it having to be consecutive, I have the issue, because if we're saying you can miss as many as you want, as long as they're not consecutive, and you can just get the mayor to excuse you when you don't show up. You know, if the mayor's my buddy and like, hey, I got this, I got this, I got that, I can abuse that.
Yeah,
And I don't want that to be able to be something I can abuse.
I do think it needs to be for both, right? You need to have
That
a
way it doesn't
percentage
put it back
threshold
on you,
throughout
too.
the year
Yeah.
and a consecutive limit. Yeah, I agree with it, yeah. It's just a question, is it 2 consecutive? Is it 3 consecutive? Is it
I would
5
say 3
consecutive?
consecutive and then 20%. And 2 virtual in the year with discretion. Have agreements.
I would be comfortable with that.
Say that again for 20%.
20%, 3 consecutive, 2 virtual with discretion of the mayor.
Let's get into it.
Any
I
more
mean, I can write
would be
that. It's a,
I mean.
it's a lot of,
it's-
it's a
I
lot
mean,
of
it's a
policy
lot of-
right there, which is maybe more complicated than it. I
It
mean,
needs to be, right?
I mean, we're talking about, we're talking here about the board's policy for itself. For how it makes a decision on whether it's going to remove somebody from the board. So I mean,
Mhm.
this whole thing involves a whole lot of discretion.
And it's like,
At every
if it
point.
comes down to it, that person may not be voted out.
Exactly,
Right,
and so if
exactly.
we're, once we're getting to
So it's like-
percentages and consecutives and excused, and we're getting all this, and we're
'Cause we're
overcomplicating,
basing
it
this on-
feels like you're trying to put something into a formula that ultimately is the board's discretion.
Well, I
mean, I'm
agree, it's the
kinda-
board's discretion, but I think that we need to have, the problem is that it's the board's discretion right now. We could have chosen to remove the member of the board that wasn't showing up.
Mhm.
But we wouldn't have really had a policy to point to, whereas if we had a policy to say this board member has missed more than 3 consecutive meetings, we have a policy to say this is the policy and this is therefore the grounds.
Do we
for-
need one?
As a.
I think we need one, because it allows it to not be, yes, it is still subjective in the sense that it's people making decision. But, you know, if I'm not showing up, I want Mayor Shosse to be able to say, trustee Gator has not shown up to 3 consecutive meetings, they were not excused. And he hasn't been responding to calls, emails, or whatever. We need to put someone in his seat that is going to do the job. And then the board can have discussion and they can decide to vote me out or to not. But I think it's better than just, I don't show up for a while and Mayor Shosse says, well, we haven't seen trustee Gator and I think he needs to go because I don't think he's doing a good job. That's very subjective versus being able to say, this is the policy and therefore, because trustee Gator cannot keep the policy, I feel that we need to put someone in that seat who can abide and keep to that policy. It gives, again, it doesn't mean the decision will be made, but it allows us to point something very specific that's a concern versus just one person's opinion on whether they're doing a good job or not.
So what I hear you saying is that what we're looking to do is document our behavior to hold ourselves accountable.
Correct.
I think that's the intent of what the attendance policy is trying to do. When we start getting to the discussion about removing each other, we have to be careful because we were put in here by the voters, so you should only be removed by the voters. We shouldn't necessarily, when we start talking about the 7 of us making that decision, that's, we better have some serious documentation behind that.
I agree.
Does that need to be a unanimous decision in order to remove somebody?
It's actually a majority.
Just a
Yeah,
majority?
simple majority.
can be removed.
And a nice thing about having.
Yeah, see,
It's in our
it
code.
needs to be
Yeah,
the
that could
decision
be-
of the
that could
voters,
be
not the
good.
board.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, we're putting together a policy to hold ourselves accountable, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
And
it.
this is,
Document our behavior.
right, this is a guideline, so if somebody's running for office, they know what they're expected to do at that point.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
Are we all on agreement in?
So what was that again?
So you said it was 6, the 20% is 6, correct?
Yeah, 6 in a
Okay,
year
so 3 consecutive, 2 virtual, 6 total in a year.
and 1 and then virtual is with discretion after that.
Right,
So
so that's it,
virtual
without
is-
assigning percentages or anything like that to it, is 3 consecutive, 2 virtual, and 6 total per year.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
that 6 total
36.
per year only works if we only have
37.
regular
7,
meetings and
yeah.
work sessions. If we have special meetings, then that
No,
completely blows that out of the water.
I think we,
Apply to work session,
no,
or just special
no,
meetings?
I think we said just.
No,
Special
no,
meetings.
it's special meetings are
They
excluded.
are excluded, right?
So the attendance requirement doesn't apply to special meetings.
No,
No, because those could be called on a date.
because that
that's
could be, yeah,
not-
that could
Okay,
be called,
okay.
you know, an hour
Okay.
before it needs to happen, not really.
24.
Close enough.
24 of those hours.
24
Someone's like,
And you were close, you were so close.
Is it possible that an attendance policy that says you can miss up to 6 in a year will be interpreted by some, not a member of this board now, but by a board, maybe a member in the future of, this is one of my free ones for the year. Oh, this is one of my free ones for the year. I still have 4 free ones for the year. I guess a concern is if you put that number on there, it almost becomes not a requirement to come, but actually a pass to not come for a certain
Okay.
set.
That's why I liked like 2 or 4. And to me, that's why I liked the 2 excused absences and 2 unexcused, which is basically 2 times the mayor can tell you, hey, you're good. The other 2 times, you don't have to give any reason, you can just not show up, but after that. That to me is why, because it then takes away, because basically you
I
could show
just
up.
have a hard time if somebody has a loss in their family.
Sure.
To put 2.
That's why I'm okay with doing 6. I agree with Dan, we do kind of walk that line of if we allow it to be, maybe we reduce the
Maybe
number
we
of
make it 6
unexcused numbers.
consecutive. No, that would.
The consecutive is caught.
Or just get rid of the 6
Yeah, 3 consecutive, 2 virtual.
with the discretion for virtual.
That
Someone-
solves pretty much everything.
Yeah, someone doesn't. show
And then
up.
that's no free passes. That's like, I mean,
And if you can't check in with the mayor in between those 3 meetings, are you doing your job? Probably not.
Right.
So,
Sorry.
no, I'm good. Go ahead.
The concern that I have is when we do the 3 consecutive unexcused, you then have unlimited excused absences. So that's where the 6 was kind of the backstop that at the point where I've got
Okay, let's do
8 excused absences, I'm like,
let's just do a total of 3 unexcused. They don't have to be consecutive.
and then just unlimited excused absences.
Well, at the mayor's discretion, mayor, this,
Yeah.
you know, he's the mayor, so maybe that's what's needed, but if someone's just not showing up and has no.
I don't think, I mean, we all have to like assume best intention.
Yeah. Again, the idea is this is not
Yeah.
looking at a policy applied to us right now.
Right.
I think all of us are gonna show up and I get that. And again, it could be something where just because someone does hit the 6 doesn't mean that we're gonna say like, we're gonna remove them. We're like, hey, we understand what's going on. We're good to keep going. They've been participating via email, doing what they can. We're fine with this. It's where we get a board in the future, and this is again where my concern comes is again, if I'm here and the mayor's my buddy and I just like, I'm not showing up for a while and he's like, I'll just excuse him.
But I'm
We
more
don't-
worried about how we're operating right now. I
Yeah.
don't care about the
Yeah.
future boards. Like,
They're
they're gonna set their own
They
policies.
can readdress this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we'll bring it back in
Yeah,
2 years.
that's true.
Like, this is, I'm more
So, yeah.
worried about
Yeah.
how
so-
is this applicable to us? What are our concerns?
Yeah.
So if we're not really worried about us doing that, then
Trustee Kenny.
I'll likely be out of the country for 3 weeks to a month, over December to January. It'll be well known, you guys will know all the dates, I'll be happy to attend virtually overnight across the country or across the world. So, but those are kind of the scenarios I could potentially miss 3
Yeah.
meetings.
I
because
mean,
of
we're
that.
all still like human beings. We all still gotta have our lives. So I mean, it makes sense that we can do it virtually and that we can do it this way. I mean, so
Okay, so 3 unexcused, but just
3
unexcused, not necessarily consecutively, and then
2 virtually with
Yeah.
discretion.
okay.
I'll
I
let you
think
know about
that's a
it.
starting point.
Thank you. I'm already like making notes. Check on Rebecca.
Okay, so the max now is 5 or 6.
No, so basically you would be 3 unexcused absences as your max period. Well, I mean, the board can choose not to do anything, but
Right.
then you can miss more meetings if the mayor approves it.
Okay.
But we're not putting a max
Yeah.
Okay,
number on those.
perfect. So you would have all excused absences probably on your trip.
And then again, if
have
you, if
ample
you,
notice, it would
yeah,
be
if we,
planned.
yeah. And the whole point from my standpoint is one, like Trustee Kenny said, if you're willing to go on Zoom or just let us know ahead of time, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Our goal is not to punish people for living their lives, but it is also to say there's
Also, the whole.
there is an
yeah.
expectation, and if your situation changes to where which is what probably happened in January, we had someone's situation change where they could no longer fulfill the office of trustee, then you should step up and say, hey, I can no longer fulfill the office. If that individual didn't, then there needs to be a process that is not arbitrary, that we say, okay, it's now time for us to step in and we need to put someone in who can complete that term.
Yeah.
I think I can
So,
form this into a policy.
Okay.
great.
Perfect.
cool.
And moving.
And moving on to the next one. We're doing great. We're doing great with time here.
We kind of dealt with the virtual attendance already, right?
Well, I want to, is virtual attendance definitely something the board wants?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I just want to be clear on that.
And
In the past,
Even halfway around the world.
so with virtual attendance, we do not have an option to just have virtual meetings just for any reason. So we want to be clear about what virtual attendance is. Virtual meetings are different than virtual attendance. Virtual attendance would be remote participation in an in-person meeting. For in-person meetings, there must be 4 people present to have quorum. That is, okay. Remote participation for our code right now does not count for quorum. For purposes of holding the meeting.
Yeah.
It's goofy. That's the way it is. I think for a long time, the state didn't accept many people around the state said that virtual meetings, virtual participation in meetings wasn't legal under Colorado law. But it is. We've had a lot of conversations, done a lot of research, done a lot of looking at the Colorado open meetings law. If you would like to do remote meetings, I do think there should be, we'll spell out a very clear policy about how that works. There's a lot of language I want to include in there. At that conversation, there's 2 virtual meetings with discretion, perhaps for participating in more. I do have listed on my potential conversation discussion topics. Can you attend virtually for any reason whatsoever? Vacation, don't feel like going across town, sick. Because in some communities, it's only allowed if you cannot physically be there for non-discretionary reasons, like vacation doesn't count. And so I think I just want to be clear, is that we want,
I think
the
we
board
should
wants
allow vacation.
allow it for any reason.
I think
Not-
it's about just checking in with the mayor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, mayoral discretion. I mean,
Because then I don't want, I get nervous about hearing, I don't want to know about people's medical conditions. I really, like, my personal life, like when my sister passed away, do I really want to talk about that? No, I don't.
right.
So I prefer to keep that conversation like very discretionary with mayor.
Yeah, and I mean, thoughts?
So the only thing I would add to that is I think that to avoid quorum issues, we should probably have it. I don't know how to policy this, because sometimes virtual is an emergency. That we, even the 2 that are allowed, need to let the mayor know in advance so that we know, like, if I'm just like, hey, it will be better for me to attend virtually, and he's like, hey, I've already got someone else out this day. Because then we get in a point where we have 2 or 3 of us attending on Zoom, we don't have a quorum.
Well, I
And
mean, how soon is it advanced? I mean, it's like,
That's the hard part.
you know, like
Sometimes
if
it might be an
you're, if you,
emergency.
you know, a single mother, both kids get sick. and-
Right. That's what I'm trying to figure
So
out.
what did the other municipalities say, Dan?
Some say that you can only allow participation essentially if you have COVID is what some other municipalities would do. I don't know that, it's either that or just allow it for any reason. So I just want to know if there's a desire to just allow it for any reason whatsoever.
I
And
would
we
say
can
allow
just
for any
figure
reason or
out
discretion.
the notice, advance notice, so that we can get the equipment set up and make
Yeah,
sure we're
'cause
ready and
that's-
that's quorum.
That's the other piece
I mean,
too,
I
because
think
staff
that's-
needs to check.
As advanced as possible.
And I think some municipalities just don't allow it. I mean, that is
Yeah.
still common because the hybrid,
Yeah,
some
it's
people in
difficult.
person and some people virtual doesn't necessarily facilitate the conversation. all that
Forget
well.
about
Well, maybe we can make a working agreement that we can all try and only have 1 virtual participant per meeting. I mean,
Yeah.
and now I know that's not gonna be possible in every case, but I think that we can, as adults, we can all try and like work through our schedules with the mayor to try and only have one of us.
Gone at a time virtually.
Yeah.
Well, that'll make it really difficult if Rebecca has said that she's gonna be gone almost out, December into January possibly.
That's
And
not
that's
difficult. We can work it out.
right around.
Yeah, we
Christmas
can, it's
time.
like, we're just gonna say working policy.
Yeah.
We're gonna try to have 1. If it needs to be 2, we can adjust.
Yeah, and I'm not super concerned. December, typically, we don't have a meeting at the end of December.
Right,
yeah,
And so
awesome.
One
typically,
meeting.
you've got a gap of a month where we don't have a meeting, so it's a good time to be on. So,
Yeah, and the nice thing about advance notice, if we all get our advance notice, if we know we're not gonna have a quorum, we should cancel the meeting.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
you know, this is the opportunity, the more advance notice, the more we communicate about this.
Yeah.
We don't have to be absent because we would notify and be able to cancel it and plan accordingly.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I think the virtuals for any reason.
We can help set up a calendar. We do one for directors
Okay.
so that we make sure we're
That's a
done,
great
but we
idea.
can create something on OneDrive or something and share so you guys can view it and, add your time in and things like that. Make it a little more interactive so you can have, everybody's information will be in there as far as when you're planning to be gone, and that way
Right.
we can all track, including staff and the mayor. All of you can kind of see what's going on so we can make sure we've got a quorum.
I usually put mine in my Outlook
Can we-
calendar and I
can
can
we put
share
a-
that.
Okay.
The stamp on.
So what
Yeah.
if what if the board member decides that they're just gonna attend virtually from now on?
That's
That's my discretion. That ain't gonna happen.
Because they can do it 2 times and the mayor says you're done.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's what I
See
just
you
wanted
later.
to verify was that it wasn't just, I'm
Yeah.
gonna sit at home. now
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
call it all of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, we can draft that up.
Yeah.
It will include no participation in quasi judicial hearings.
Correct.
Yes.
Remotely.
Agreed.
Okay, number 2. Next is rules of order. Want to put this on the agenda? The town code says that town of Wilmington meetings are governed by Robert's rules per resolution 32, 2016. The town board adopted Bob's rules, which is a document created by Colorado Municipal League. In preparing for this meeting, I've been diving into a little more of Bob's rules, which have been used for a number of years here, and there are some issues where it contradicts Robert's rules in a couple areas. And the concern, and there was discussed back in 2021, I believe, 2020, about whether Bob's rules or Robert's rules governs.
Correct.
And as the town code says it's Robert's rules, a resolution of the town board cannot supersede. So it is Bob's rules to the extent that Bob's rules supplement and clarify Robert's rules, but where they conflict, Robert's rules apply. That is complicated. I don't know why Bob's rules were brought up in the first place, but it's what we were going to. We have a,
Robert's rules were,
there, it's this big.
it wasn't working for governing board. We were challenged, we just couldn't get along up there. And Bob's rules was something that the board could consume and understand, and it brought order to how we did the meetings. Robert's rules were just too complicated and very dry and too parliamentary. So Bob's rules, that's why we came to be with Bob's rules.
And I like the document, and I think it actually gives some good clarity, except where it contradicts Robert's rules. That's a problem for us. Robert's rules is, 600 pages or something, changes every so often. I'm not a certified parliamentarian, but nor do I really want to be. But it is an alternative, which I highly do not recommend, is the town of Netherlands and their board packet. They seem to have adopted the town of Netherlands rules. That is not something we want to do, is write our own rules. If we're comfortable with.
Sounds like fun.
I just wanted to bring it up.
You're weird.
Is the board comfortable with the status quo of Robert's rules, except where Bob's rules, except where contradicted by Robert's rules? And
So let me provide a little more backstory to that too.
Sure.
So the reason why they did it through that resolution was because when we sat down and did our board retreat and set our rules, we didn't play by the rules that we set. So then we had to go, okay, so then we thought, oh, well, if we pass this resolution, then that adds some strength. It does nothing. It doesn't add any strength behind it, but we were trying to be better about playing sandbox together. So I think status quo is best, and we just adopt that how we want to operate in our retreat. Because it kind of like evolves with the mayor, how he does things, with the staff. So I don't know, what are your thoughts? I just want to.
I'm mostly wanted to just let you know where we're at. I think it works in its chaotic sense. I would like to spell out a little more meeting procedure around public comment and some of that. Fill in those gaps around how this board operates, but I think I would like to better codify, and by codify I mean resolution or adopted policy even, not put it in our town code, just how we do things. And I would like to stick with how we're doing things and just make it a little clearer for the future.
So if we can go through and clarify a lot of the operating and how that works, then that might change. The concerns that I have, and this is primarily around how we do motions and seconds. And the problem is that Robert's rules provides a very clear flow of if you want to make an amendment, how that happens. It's very unclear in how we operate right now, because we don't make a motion until we're ready to vote. And technically, I can't make an amendment to something if nothing has been motioned, because I can say I want to amend this, but I'm like, amending what? There's nothing on the floor. So in reality, what really needs to happen is we have a motion, we have a second, we open conversation, we have discussion, and I say, I'd like to make an amendment, and then we discuss the amendment. And so for the problem I have is the way that we've done that is problematic, because if I want to amend something, I kind of am jumping ahead of the conversation to amend it, which isn't appropriate. I shouldn't be amending something before we even talked about it, or, and
Yeah.
so,
So in this resolution, that would solve that.
well, I don't know, because I don't know if Bob's rules, if that's a Bob's rules issue, or if that's just a town of Wellington operations.
That's
issue.
a local government issue. I mean,
Okay.
Robert's rules is not usually used in the strictest sense for local governments. I mean, because the nature of local government is you have an agenda item.
Right.
You want to have some discussion, you need to have town or public presentation. It would seem really weird to start the agenda. You're absolutely right. Under Robert's rules, you should start the agenda item. There is no discussion until there is an agenda or a motion on the floor. So it would be kind of strange to open the agenda item and then say, I move to adopt this.
Can we
And
move-
then,
well, so
and
can
then
we-
you go through the
It'd be a
conversation.
move to consider, because that's really what we're doing, is we're considering an item.
So
Trustee Peter.
is this falling into what we're discussing?
Yeah.
Okay.
This
I just wanna make
is all in the realm, and this is,
Okay.
strict adherence to Robert's rules would change everything about how that board operates out
Sure.
there. And I don't know if it's for the better, for
Right,
purposes
no,
of
I agree.
clarity for the public, for clarity for what the board is doing. But Robert's rules or Bob's rules are not always the best either, but I know what you're saying, but when you move to amend, so the example of the amendment,
Mhm.
you know, right now, the way it's been going is it's moving to adopt a resolution. Essentially, it's moving to adopt a resolution as in the packet, amended to say such and such. You're not amending a motion. It's not a motion to amend.
Right.
It's a motion to adopt. It's a main motion.
Mhm.
You're just giving it some flesh because what's in the packet is a piece of paper and you want to change what's in there. So it's not actually a motion to amend. It's a motion, it's a main motion that adopts something with changes.
Right.
And then somebody could make a motion to amend that within that main motion. That would be okay.
Well, I guess, so for example, we had one example of this the other night, right, when the budget piece passed, right? It came up as an agenda item and we brought it up for discussion. And we had discussion about it and it was kind of understood that, yeah, we're gonna make a motion on this, but these are the things that we'd like to change.
Right.
Right, so then we brought it out for a motion with those amendments.
Sure.
Is there any issue with that as far as that goes? And it
Sure. So that works great. And so when it works fantastically. And the thing is, though, you have rules for when things maybe aren't going so great. That's why you have, you don't have rules for when it's like we're all in agreement, more or less. The rules are for when we disagree. Because what my concern is that, you know, I want to amend a motion, Trustee Mason, you don't. And then it's a race to whoever can get theirs in first right now, because it's like we have, so if he gets his motion to do it originally before I get my motion to, it's so, whereas under Roberts, it's okay, you have I want to amend this by X, Y, and Z, you discuss the amendment, you vote on whether or not we as a board are going to consider the amendment. So if you say, Trustee Gator, as a board, we vote 6-1, we don't like your amendment, now it's dead. We don't talk about my amendment ever again because it's gone.
But that's under a main motion.
Correct,
That's a
yeah,
subsidiary
yeah.
motion. So what I'm saying is the motion to adopt with the amendment, the change, that becomes the main motion. You can always, within that, move an amendment to that motion that's currently active.
So for example, if Trustee Mason moves to adopt the original, second by someone else, because the problem is we go motion second, roll call. There's no up. And so I then got to be like, point of order, I'd like to make an amendment. And I don't know if that's how we want it to be, but it's just, that's the problem, is it's like a rush.
Well, usually there's motion second, further discussion, roll call.
That's not what happens currently, though.
Current,
we do motion second, roll call. That's what we do.
That is
what we've done for
well,
2
then right
years.
there is
But
a.
that's
So
what's
if we can
wrong.
change that to motion second, further discussion, that fixes all of it, because now we're no longer rushing to. Yeah. So if we're good with that, I'm fine.
You can also
That's what
do,
this shows too. If you're looking at it, move to amend.
yeah,
Yeah.
so you can also do a motion to reconsider. So after a motion has been presented, even if it's voted on, you can still file a motion to reconsider.
Somebody on the
So-
prevailing side can.
Yeah, so, and that's one of those things is, while you wouldn't really, yeah, are you talking about prevailing side meaning majority vote, correct?
Yeah, the
Okay.
winning side of the vote, somebody has to sit on that side to move, to make a motion to reconsider. That has to be at the same meeting or at the subsequent meeting. Or next
Or
meeting.
attending McDonald's.
For a little bit of context, why local government does it that way without making the motion first is that public perception and public participation piece. Because in small local communities like this, if you start the agenda item off by making a motion for community members that are just getting involved or sitting out in the audience, it has the perception that you're making decisions without hearing the information first. So in local government, they've changed that procedure so that it appears that you're getting the information first prior to making a decision up there. Because once you've made that motion, it's like your mind it perceives to the public that your mind has been made up. So receiving the information prior to making a motion,
Gives us room for public comment.
it gives you better public
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you you try and explain to the public Robert's rules and they're not gonna get it. So that's why that sequencing has been changed in local government.
If we're comfortable with going from where we're doing now to motion second roll call to motion second further discussion, I have no problem with that because it gives that opportunity for if there's any trustee, it doesn't have to just be me, but if there is any trustee that wants to make any adjustments or they have that opportunity versus it just being, yeah, I guess, yeah.
So I would say you could do that, that would solve it, I think, or potentially you could solve it by having the mayor ask before the main motion is made, does anybody have any amendments they'd like to propose for this motion? Is that a possibility?
No, I think that.
You need a main motion in order to.
Yeah,
have
okay.
Yeah, that's the problem. You have to have a motion to amend technically.
So I have a question, technicality, on that. We have to have the second. So if we have the motion, can we have that opportunity for that second discussion before a second is put on the floor?
The motion needs to be seconded before it can be discussed.
Okay.
So that it needs to be seconded.
Yep.
So motion second,
Discussion and
Discussion.
then roll call.
then roll call.
Yep.
We're happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you can just script it.
We speak now.
Yeah, there you go.
That breathing room.
That gives us some breathing.
The breathing room there is what you're.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it not being a race between me and trustee Mason to see who can get their motion in first. It's like, it doesn't matter if you guys are in first or whatever. If you have a concern.
You better hope you're the one.
Yeah.
Because it keeps us from, right, it keeps it from being that confrontation, right? Is I know that, okay, great, that's the motion. I would like to seek another one. And then I will have my opportunity to say, here's what I'd like us to consider. And the board can still shoot me down and I don't get any seconds.
So we're good on, we're good on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, the status quo, with some flesh around it and write that out nice.
Yeah.
Can we clarify that the Roberts takes precedence?
I think that'll be in the fleshing out, because right now that is not clear in this.
Yes,
In
we
there.
need to make sure that's clear because that was. an
Where
issue
there's a
last time.
conflict, Roberts.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can tell you something very confusing because trustee McDonald hit this. When you do Robert's rules and you have somebody motion and second, and then they vote against it. I gotta tell you, that is, in the public's eyes, that's so confusing. I
Yeah.
can't tell you how many times I had to navigate that in the public because they did not understand how somebody could motion for it and then vote against it. So I love this, so thank you. This is awesome.
and this conversation, so everybody's on the same page and we know where you're at. Well, this is very helpful. Thank you. Number 5 is time limits for presentation and discussion. This is something that was brought up about. There's a long period of discussion in all of the meetings on agenda items, which causes the meetings to go quite a while. In Netherlands, again, not suggesting we go with what Netherlands says, but I found it, so there it is. On page 84 of the packet, which Netherlands puts as an example, a 10 minutes. No member of the Board of Trustees shall be allowed to speak more than once upon any one subject until every other member choosing to speak shall have spoken, and no member shall speak more than twice, nor for a longer time than 10 minutes. Now, part of this is Netherlands is, like I said, creating the Netherlands Rules of Order. We're going to that. But the 10 minutes for debate, is there any interest in, this is the board, limiting the board's debate period.
Page 84
Number, letter D. Again, it was just an example.
I know one thing that we had discussed, I think this was in our workshop, is we talked about 5 minutes and then for everyone to go through And then there is the opportunity at the mayor's discretion, if a board member wants to speak again at the mayor's
Yeah.
discretion, he can allow them another like maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I've been
Additional.
sloppy at trying to.
Well, we just fixed that. We just fixed it.
Yeah.
We all get to talk. And then it goes to the motion thing and then we get to talk again and then we do the roll call. So we get 2 opportunities to talk for 5 to 10 minutes apiece. Or 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 10 minutes total.
Yes, that works, yeah, if we're doing
I
the
mean,
additional conversation, you get 5 minutes prior to the motion and second, and then you have another opportunity of, I guess, 5 minutes if.
That's a total of 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There we go. 5 and 5.
Does anybody here really believe that 10 minutes is gonna be enough?
Yes, it better be.
yeah,
Yes.
it better be.
Yes.
Form a very.
I mean, I'm down to limit it, I'm just
Yes.
concerned.
So what if we leave flexibility, additional conversation at mayor's discretion? So
Yeah.
I
if
like
someone
the
can
5
really
minutes.
please, I think
I
5
like
minutes is
the
good.
10
And I've been
minutes.
setting
I
a
don't wanna,
timer
like,
Yeah,
I
on my
answer
phone currently, which is hard. We need to get an actual timer.
well, what we
This
should
needs
do
be
is try to
the
get
same
little
thing we
like
did last night.
timers in front of each of us if possible, little like LEDs, that way we can actually see your time.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
we got it?
I think if there's interest in a time limit, we'll figure out the details on that
Yes.
one.
Interest.
I think we can, there's interest, and that's really what I was looking for here, and I wanted to confirm, and I'll figure out a way to draft that up with some discretion, leaving some discretion with the mayor, who under Robert's and Bob's rules controls the full war anyway, so
Right.
he can.
I actually like D, the way it's listed right then and there. I do, it's simple and it kind of goes along with Bob's.
It really goes along well with Robert's and Bob's.
This is
and it-
kind of one of the ones I did agree with when I was reading through some of them. Because then it's without consensus of the board. So if the board feels they want to hear more, everyone can agree that, yes, this is a subject that needs to have that possible discussion. But other than that, I think that how it's listed is pretty fair. I would like to have more public feedback after our discussion. That was kind of one of those
That-
things.
I'm not
I'll just
sure.
speak from 2 years, I mean, trustee McDonald can speak with more, for 2 years is when you do that, you wind up with public argument.
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
that's the problem is I've been in board meetings where there were members, this was about the, it was about the daycares, in-home daycare. And where we had members of the public for like 30 minutes going back and forth with the board of trustees. And then it just derails the whole conversation. So I think that there does need to be a set amount of time. There
And
is
it's
bring the comments
comment,
in,
you know,
but I don't think
Public comment,
if we
not
start bringing
public
back
question.
and forth, it gets very disruptive.
yeah, trustee.
I do, and I don't know if I missed it in here, but the idea of the public comment that's not relating to.
Nothing on the agenda item?
Yeah, for questions that occur there to be summarized in the next
Yes.
meeting. Is that in
I
there
think-
somewhere?
That's coming up in your next
Oh, okay.
agenda item.
Yeah.
That's actually, that's the
Yeah.
next agenda item.
I was like, if we do that, then I don't think the second stage of, because we're not gonna have more answers from 5 minutes to 10 minutes later that are gonna be able to address that, so.
Yeah, there's the next.
Mhm.
agenda
Yeah.
item is,
You got it.
active
Yeah.
discussion.
All,
Okay. I think that gives me guidance. There's discussion at the retreat about time limits for the meetings.
Yes.
Quick
Speaking of,
Before we move on real quick,
Presentation length, are we
yeah.
limiting
Oh, yeah.
presentation length?
presentation.
We got to the
Did
second
we,
part.
did we say 15
We
minutes?
talked about 15.
I thought it was 10.
well, and
Is it
yeah.
15?
Thank you.
whatever.
What do you think is appropriate?
It really depends on the agenda item.
Yeah.
And I think what I would like to do is put potentially what we think, how long an agenda item will be. I mean, putting into context that maybe 5 of you, so initially
Sure.
will always be like 20 minutes plus whatever we think that presentation time would be.
Cool.
And 5 minutes for a public comment or 10 minutes. So we can kind of build that in. We can kind of play with it a little bit. But I would like to keep our presentations to 10 minutes or less, the max being
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
What if we do 10 minutes unless quasi judicial, because
Mhm.
obviously we get into
Oh,
quasi
that's
judicial,
different. You've
that's fine.
got,
But
yep.
maybe 10 minutes and then we can leave that at mayor and town
Mhm.
administrator's discretion. So if they feel a certain presentation warrants more than 10 minutes, they can go past
Okay.
that. but maybe we just do that 10 minutes unless mayor and town administrator's discretion, they.
And I don't know that that actually requires really a policy.
No.
That's more
Okay.
just.
That's more of like,
If
you're
the
telling
board
me, you're
says
giving me
that, you just need
direction.
to tell her
Yes,
and,
we shall
she'll
make
tell
it
the
so.
board. So,
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, yeah, thanks, I missed that. other
I
step.
love the PowerPoint presentations. They make it so much easier to follow them,
Yes.
Yep.
make it much more concise.
Agreed.
So great job with those.
Okay.
Time limits for meetings. At the retreat, it was discussed having a time limit for the meetings and it was 10 o'clock. Was the,
With discretion of,
The
Well, we
board.
can vote to go for later.
Yep.
I agree. One thing I did want to add with that is, should we put in there, I know the mayor's been great at giving recesses, but at 2 hours, should we just put a recess at 2 hours in?
I think absolutely.
Because I mean, think, like, we start at 6:30, 8:30 is about halfway to 10, just a little over. I think it might just be good to have a policy that at 2 hours, we take a recess, and now we can choose not to, we can always say, no, we're gonna continue, but I think it would be good to have a trigger.
I just leave it discretionary. I'm trying to write it in, it's gonna add, because
I
then we
mean,
have
if
to
somebody
remember.
asks for a recess, it's not gonna be like, no.
I'm used to having the mayor make a motion to go into recess for 5 minutes and state a time. We will re-adjourn at 8:45 or
So
whatever,
maybe then just
because
put that as
depending
like
on.
a working thing that we would say at 2 hours, ask if people want a recess.
At
That
or
way-
around.
So you request it whenever you need it.
Okay.
Then we don't need it.
Because technically, anybody can
Okay.
ask the mayor for a recess for any reason, at any
Okay.
point in time during the meeting.
and it might,
Under Bob's rule, it has to be supported by a majority though. For a recess.
Hmm.
I know, but it's literally in here. I was reading it, I'm like, okay, so if I have to go pee, like I have to ask.
Yeah, you
for
have to,
someone's-
yeah.
excuse me,
Well,
Mayor.
it's-
I guess I've never seen
No,
that
I'll
be requested
pass.
to go for a vote. I've just always
Majority
seen the
of
mayor.
quorum.
Yeah, I
say
think, I think,
recess.
yeah.
So is that something you want to change? Because if we're following the rules, the rules say it takes majority.
Well, Roberts would,
No, this is Bob's.
yeah, but Roberts would have over.
I'll have to look into,
Okay,
I've never seen, I've never noticed that point.
I
and I
think
can
that
certainly-
we don't have an issue with the way that we're operating currently. Technically, we've never really used recesses until this board anyways.
Yeah.
And I
if
would
it
like to
becomes
get to
an
a
issue,
point where we
just
don't need to
smack
use
me.
recesses.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, that'd be nice, right? If we had efficient meetings.
Let's
Yeah,
get our business done.
I have a question for Administrator Garcia on this. What, even, well, certainly with the few meetings that we've had with this board, but even some of the meetings with the past board, a lot of these have run up to 10 o'clock, 10:30, that type of thing. In terms of impact to the next potential meeting with those items that have rolled off the agenda and potentially are going to be on the meeting for that next time, what do we do about making sure that that list does not continue to grow
Well,
and
that's,
get out of hand?
that's part of me reviewing the agenda with the mayor, and Dan and I do that every Thursday, kind of go through our future meetings agenda and then the rotating trustee and items that roll over. I ask to help prioritize what's important. What can we do just as a staff memo instead of a full-on presentation? You know, we try to drill it down and prioritize that way. So we will always accommodate. We will find a way, and we will let you know if an item has to be discussed and voted on that night. You know, it's like, this is a priority, and if we get to the 10 o'clock and it's time, and you're saying, you know, we're going to adjourn, and, you know, I'll raise my hand and say, you know what, we have one more item that we really need you to consider tonight.
Sure.
And I need you to extend this for another 15 minutes, please. So that's how I would like to operate.
Okay.
on a side note, sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
On a side note, with the CAC, I
Mhm.
made the first mention of having that cutoff at 7 PM. We start at 5
Mhm.
and run till 7. We have had CAC meetings going 4 and 5 hours lately, and it is excessive. But do I need to have a motion for Board of Trustees here
Mm-mm.
to fall over into CAC
No, they
to
adopt
set up
their
that
own-
rule?
They-
Okay,
they have their
perfect.
own
I just
policy.
wanted to
You
make sure.
just,
since we
you
were
did
all
good.
here.
That was good.
Okay.
That was really good. What you did.
Since
was
we were
great.
all here, I'm like, hey, if we need to make that, then got it.
Okay, we're all on agreement.
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
And I would request 15-minute increments. Or 10,
If you're asking for additional.
if you're asking for additional time, not just leave it open-ended.
Okay.
I don't know, that's
10 seems like it's,
How about 15?
15.
I think 15.
15 is what I've seen typically, is 15's
Yeah.
been kind of normal.
Quarter.
It's enough time to finish an agenda item.
We can't do it in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
is there a limit on the number of extensions that you want?
Yes,
each
2,
Two 15-minute
Yeah.
extensions?
because if we have to go beyond 30 minutes, I mean, then what was the point of setting a time thing in the first
Yeah.
place?
Yeah, but
Well, so the bottom line is we're voting in the first place as a board to keep going.
Yeah, but at that point in time, at that late at night, are
but
we
we start
making
to
good
lose,
decisions?
yeah, right, like we can get into that.
We're getting hangry, we're getting tired, you're not making good decisions, you're not thinking straight, like, let's sleep on it and back to it.
Yeah,
Bring it back to
I'd
me.
rather have a,
the only thing I'd come back to that on that particular thing is in the event that something has to be done that night. And I know Ms. Garcia is gonna do the best she can to get those prioritized appropriately, but if something is on there and it's the end of the night and it's gotta be done,
so maximum
we
of
put a cap
4.
on that.
3, can we meet a
What-
little? That's
So,
5 minutes.
my whole thing is, that we as a board can all vote to say, no, we're not staying past any
Exactly.
extensions.
So then,
So
okay,
the whole thing with putting a limit on extensions is, I agree with Trustee Mason, if we've literally got things where it's like, if we don't sign these contracts, I'm sorry, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be here at 10 o'clock at night. I want to be home, right? Like Trustee McDonald, or not Trustee McDonald, Trustee Kinney, I'd like to be there when my children go to bed, right?
yeah,
That is long before
yeah.
10 o'clock at night. But if there's literally things where it's like, well, we've got to get this to whoever any finance director is going to be to get this whatever, and if we don't get this done today, I don't want to be sitting here. Because then by saying, okay, well, we're limited to 30
Well, I
minutes,
think-
we're shoehorning ourselves into having to make poor decisions.
I also think that when we are making the agenda, we're putting those items in the front.
Sure, hopefully we are.
Purposely, so-
We're gonna
So that,
trust
like, well, that's what we do.
Patty to give us that heads up if she feels that it needs to be.
Yeah,
So we will trust that Patty will give us that heads up.
So why don't we
If it needs
start
to
with
be
the
extended.
10 in 15-minute increments and let's see how it goes before, because we've never had a time limit, period.
I say
So
we,
instead of going to a time limit and there's absolutely no way we can possibly physically go past this end time,
well,
let's see how it goes with the time
so do
limit.
10 o'clock discretion
Well, we
and
said
leave it
vote.
at that.
Yeah, 10 o'clock and then, or unless extended by vote, and then we can add increments of 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, if we're gonna keep going, and that's what we're gonna know at 10 o'clock. If we're like, this is not a hugely important thing, we're not gonna be able to get it done in 15 minutes, we're not gonna go. We're just saying, no, we'll bring this back at another meeting, because this needs an hour. So I would just say, I wouldn't put a max on
I don't think I necessarily put a max on it either. I think it's up to the board, and I think there can be an agreement among the board that we're doing 2 of these things, we're not doing more than 2 of these things, and then some crisis happens and you say, okay, we'll do a third, but I
Okay.
think you can agree amongst yourselves
Yeah.
that you're not.
it. I agree, I don't wanna be here.
But I don't necessarily want to hamstring
Yeah.
anything.
I don't wanna do any extensions.
Okay.
I don't even want to make it to 10, guys.
Yeah, well, that's true. for-
I mean, that is the hope. That is the hope.
Are we gonna make it tonight?
No,
Probably
maybe
not.
not. I don't know. We're trying.
We'll try.
But I
The
do
last-
have a 30-minute answer.
The last item in my sub-agenda is conflicts of interest, and this was the original purpose of having a conversation here, really. was,
Truly it was.
This is an item that's been on the future meetings agenda for a long time, to talk about expectations among the trustees where there's a conflict of interest. And I went back to, in preparing for this, back to the town code and some other things, and you know what? A lot of this is covered, and we just need to enforce it and need to have this expectation among the board. So the item that's quoted here is a Wellington Municipal Code 2620C. Oh, that's not the one. Hold on. Hold on, let me get to the right agenda. the right item here. There's a process for when you have a conflict of interest that requires recusal, what you should do at that time. So it's at the last agenda item. It is in 2660 of the town code. This is on page 141 of the packet. Whenever an official or employee is required to deliberate and vote on any matter in which he or she has substantial interest, the official or employee shall give notice of said interest to the public body as reasonably possible after the interest has arisen. So there's a point on the agenda for announcing conflicts of interest. The interested official or employee shall thereafter refrain from voting upon or otherwise acting in an official capacity. And to be excused from participation in the discussion. And it says, however, the official employee may participate in the discussion on the matter as a private citizen from the audience.
No.
So that's our town code. Trustee Mason, it's on page 141 at the bottom, 2660.
Yep, got it.
So there's been instances where members of the town board have announced conflicts of interest, said, I will not be I will not be voting on this matter. And they continued sitting up at the dais, and that really shouldn't be the practice. You seem to have your hand up. Go
Oh.
ahead.
The BIII, the one I wanted to mention, I think they should leave the room and definitely not participate in comment as public, because same reason we remove people from boards and things, you know, a trustee's voice has weight, and that I don't think is fair in that case, that they should be provided the opportunity to provide their words that have so much weight to the trustees. I think they should leave the room.
Trustee Gator? Were you done? Oh. As a general rule, this is hard because I would agree with that, but one example, let's just say, for example, you know, I own a property on Main Street. Let's just say I'm on the board. For whatever reason, there becomes a situation where something's happening on my property that the town is taking action on that I'm opposed to. I obviously have a conflict of interest. I own the property. The issue I have is that I would then no longer have the ability to speak as a private citizen in defense of why I don't want this to happen to my property. And that's,
You should be allowed to.
that for me is like, if the town is doing something, and it says like, if it's just like, hey, it's a business that my brother owns, I get it, it's my brother's business, it's not mine, but if it's actually my property that is being discussed, I don't like that I would not be able to voice, even if it's as a private, I get it, they have a trustee voice, and I agree with that. It is, I'm not just a regular citizen, I get that. But if it is literally my property that is being a discussion of the board, I should not be precluded from that. Now, basically, the government's saying you don't have the right to defend your property or speak to the defense of your property. That's the part that's concerning me. I don't know that we can separate that out to where you can, because I wouldn't say it to anyone else's. You know, if my wife's business is a topic for discussion, I should not be on there, and she can just spend it, but I can't, I agree, I shouldn't be speaking to that. I don't know how we.
I see that point.
My concern also comes up with too, is you look at land use code. So one of the things that I am looking at representing, we are affected by, because we are a contractor. So at the end of the day, that could very well be where I'm not allowed to vote on that, but I would still be allowed to have a say, being of someone who is affected. Am I allowed to vote on that?
Well,
then?
so then that comes to the other part of this, which is an important part of the discussion, and that is what requires you to take this action, and it is a substantial interest, and that's defined in 2640 of the town code. And that's a situation, including without limitation, a financial or personal interest in the outcome of a decision, which, considering all of the circumstances, a reasonably prudent person observing the situation would accept a marked tendency to make a decision other than a dejective decision. So in our town code, even what requires recusal, there is this prudent person standard. So you're a contractor, and that's not a thing you would need to be conflicted out for. You do not have a personal financial interest. This would instead be, you're a contractor and you're bidding on a town. Don't do that. But you're bidding on a town, contract. That's a substantial interest, not the. You know, you're all residents of the town, so by the very nature of being residents of the town, you have an interest in the outcome of
Well, right,
legislation. So,
got it.
but a substantial interest is what requires recusal. And I'm always willing to talk about those things prior to the meeting. But
Got it.
so no, you'd get to sit up at the board, up at the dais, and
Okay.
speak as a informed citizen on that subject
And vote.
and vote.
So I guess as an elected official, we can't have it both ways. We can't decide, oh, I want to be a private citizen right now, take off my elected official hat. We can't go back and forth. Like when we decide to run for election, we take on that responsibility that we're held to a higher standard. And that may mean that when it comes to personal property decisions, you may have to decide, am I gonna be a trustee or am I gonna be a private citizen? Because the issue that we have is sometimes people will get themselves elected for a specific agenda. They don't like what's happening to their property, so they get elected, and that's all they care about. So that's my concern. So if you want to be an elected official, then that's great, but the rules apply to you across the board.
But the substantial interest kind of.
Well, so
Yeah,
our-
well, we have to assume best
Well,
intentions.
so the other thing too is our town code currently, the rules allow me to, our rules as they stand today,
Yeah.
the law allows me
Yeah.
to speak, to take, now I can't sit up there at the dais and go back and forth with you, but I can by law come out and have my 3 minutes as a private citizen. And what I'm saying is I don't think we should take that away. I agree it's problematic when it's not, but I don't know unless there's a way to legally say if it's the trustee's private property or something.
I mean, are you talking about like a quasi judicial hearing? Because if that's the case, that would be a different. You talk, I guess I'm having trouble. What are you?
It's hard
what are
because
you thinking of that?
mostly if it was something that was like affecting my property, typically that would be a quasi judicial.
Yeah.
And then you would have to.
I think
recuse yourself.
I mean, that's a very different situation.
Well, I know, I'm not arguing whether I have to recuse myself. I 100% have to
Yeah,
recuse
no,
myself. It's the question of, am I still able to go and speak in my own behalf, whether it's a good idea or not is
As a homeowner.
as a homeowner, right? I own this home that the town is talking about doing X, Y, or Z to.
And on a quasi judicial hearing, I would argue that you do, there'd be concerns with. I mean, we'd be very careful around that, but in any quasi judicial hearing like that, you would be the. Really,
The applicant.
you'd probably be the applicant.
Probably.
Well, sorry,
If
if I might, it seems like is the questions being asked, the recusal
No.
or the ability to.
The ability to speak on your own behalf as
So
a private
if
citizen.
those are separated, I
Yes.
think there's two different issues there. If you're speaking to your property interest, you may still need to recuse yourself as a
Yes,
board member.
Absolutely, 100%.
But you can protect your property
Okay.
concerns. I think the other example that might be worth just to contrast that is if you are the CEO of a engineering company. I'm not saying this because I haven't heard this specific example. But if you work for an engineering company and your client is there at the meeting, you don't say, I'm going to recuse myself and then go and speak as a citizen on
Right.
behalf of your
I
client.
understand.
I think that's how I understand the
Yeah.
intent.
And that's what I'm looking for is my ability to defend my own property. If that were to, I don't foresee a situation like, but
Yeah.
again, yeah, 100%. You absolutely, I honestly feel like if there's in what Dan put here, under page 75. Where it says the Board of Trustees intends to prohibit the appearance of impropriety as well as actual conflicts of interest. That actually goes beyond just a absolute, even if it's an appearance. So for me, a good example is my daughter's employed by a business here in town. Let's say that business is coming up for getting an approval for something. I would probably recuse myself, or that's the question mark.
It's direct impact, right?
That's the
Direct
question I
financial
have
impact.
is that, does that, because
would
an
be
immediate
indirect.
member of my family who gets financial benefit from this business that I am now voting on something, that to me is, I guess, a question that they're not putting money in my pocket, but they're putting money into my daughter's pocket.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe, yeah.
But in here, it's listed as daughter, son, relative, right? Is that what we were looking at?
Well, I mean, we're kind of going off.
So can we just say to reach out to Dan if we do have questions about that?
Always happy to talk.
Oh, I do reach out to Dan. I just want to.
Basically, what we're trying to say is if you recuse yourself and you're bidding on a job for the town, or you're associated directly to that bid, you recuse yourself, you leave the room.
There could be other situations, but the big question is recusing yourself. Leaving the room.
Or sitting in and leaving the room, not sitting in the audience in those situations, right? So like if I come to town and I'm bidding, to build 50 houses and I'm sitting on the board and I can't be up there, I need to recuse myself, I need to leave the room. Because even if I'm sitting in that room, I could be doing whatever.
It's like an intimidation tactic. And I agree that, yes, they should leave the room then.
Yeah.
If they're not like in John's
In a
unique
different, it's different
circumstance.
than like property
Yes.
owner's comment.
Yeah.
This is,
We
we're
don't
talking
want-
like. Oh, you're good, go ahead.
We don't want to unintentionally influence a member of the audience, as Trustee Kinney alluded to in the very beginning. Like,
Yeah.
just our presence could unintentionally influence somebody.
And personal property, that's different, right?
Yes.
A public hearing.
So can we all agree that that would be the case?
Yes.
Good luck writing all that up.
Well, I think
I mean,
if you all agree to it, then
Yeah.
that's step one. is- Because I think it's already covered by town code, already says, you need to recuse yourself. You need to not participate in the public deliberation, and it says you may participate from the audience as a member of the public, but I think if you all agree that, no, we're gonna recuse, and for purposes of clarity and reducing the appearance of impropriety, that you'll leave the room, if you'll agree to it, then my writing it up is easier.
Does that exclude the opportunity to speak on your own behalf then? Because
So that's different, that's property.
I'm not talking about a quasi judicial
Okay.
hearing.
Okay.
And so it's
Okay.
agreeing that
Okay.
on legislative matters
Got
really,
it.
or matters not pertaining to your property in a quasi judicial hearing where you're an applicant, that you will recuse yourself, leave the dais and leave the room. That's what if you all agree to that, then I can write a policy that says that.
Yeah, I think that's
Simply
fine.
enough.
Yeah,
sure, just make sure we got a chair or something comfortable, people to sit in there.
And we will come and get you when it's over.
Okay. But
And
just
let
make
us
sure
know,
that
let us
you have
know
somewhere to
anything
go
else if there's a
sit.
conflict.
drinks
so
and
we can-
snacks
Drinks
provided.
and
Set a little cooler outside the door.
You're killing me.
All right,
Because it's been inconsistent. And
Okay.
that's the key is we want to make sure it's consistent and you all know what the expectation is. And does that conclude my broadcast? there? I think it does.
7 down.
Okay. Okay, we'll try to go through this quickly. So your next item is talking about packet. And Krystal, why don't you, can you come up here with me? Because even the next item is yours. And we'll kind of go through these fairly quickly, and packet is really Krystal's responsibility. So these are all topics that we brought up during the workshop with Kathy Novak. Packet distribution, currently released on Friday afternoons. There was some discussion about releasing it on Wednesday. Is there a need for that? Would that be helpful for you all? I mean, it will take some work internally in order to make it happen, but definitely something we can do. Are we good with Fridays? Rather have Wednesdays?
I'd like a Wednesday so you guys aren't spending your weekend answering questions.
I think they'd be answering them still.
Yeah, because we still take questions until probably Monday.
I mean, they're
Or
not gonna
Sunday
really
night.
get my questions until the weekend anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would still come back to what we said during the summit, which is that whatever you guys have on Wednesday, best effort, I think is good. I don't necessarily know that it needs to be 100% final. We can still see the final potentially on Friday if that works for you guys, but I don't want to put like I said, I think best effort would be good unless anybody really thinks that we gotta have the final draft on Wednesday.
Wednesday is nice. I've made Friday work. I can continue to make Friday work. Wednesday would give me more time to go through it, but again, I also understand that we have limitations on your time, and really to go from a Tuesday night meeting to getting a Wednesday night packet out, one day,
Yeah.
if we have items coming from a work session into a board meeting.
I feel like there'd be more room for mistakes.
So
The
more
extra couple
revisions.
days is helpful.
yeah,
But-
I'm fine with Friday.
Okay.
I like the idea of Wednesday, but I don't know how practical it is. Maybe we keep looking into how we can make that work. I would not, for me, it's not a priority. But I would say, let's look at it. If we can find a way to make it work and we can make it, then great. But otherwise, I'm fine with continuing Fridays.
And that,
Instead of pushing staff to get out a draft packet that may be missing information, or has wrong information, or hasn't been totally corrected. One of the biggest issues that we had in the past with packets is that there were errors, like some of our resolutions are from Johnstown, or I don't know, that we adopted. And I know we made motions in the meetings that said
subject to the resolution being corrected to say this or something. And it didn't get done. And I also have had the pleasure of putting together board packets, and I know how hard it is to get it done and get it out and get it sent out. And it's so frustrating because inevitably you'll get to reading it and you'll be like, oh my God, I spelled this word wrong on this page. I hope nobody sees it. Oh my God.
And then
it's so
everybody
hard.
notices it.
It takes so much work to put those packets together, and there's so much information in them. And that Friday deadline is so important for us. And when you start sending out multiple drafts and multiple distributions of packets,
Okay.
there's the potential it could be leaked out to the public and it may not be totally ready yet. And then there's just this mass confusion of information. So having,
So the headline, that we're good with Fridays.
yeah.
How about we meet as a group on Wednesdays? How about Wednesdays, we send out a draft agenda? So at least you know the topics that will be on the agenda.
I like that.
Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Because we won't have like executive summaries ready, anything like that, but we can
Cool.
send out a draft agenda.
Good, great.
Okay, we can do that. Kind of meet in the middle. Cover memos. Are the memos that are in the packet so far, you guys, is it giving you the information you need? Or do you have ideas for improvement? Is it missing anything? We're trying to bulk up those
I don't read
memos.
them because I read the whole packet.
Okay,
So I'm sure they're awesome, but I typically, since I read front to back on everything, I don't really read the cover memo. I will read the whole packet. I'm sorry.
because I'm making
At
everybody
least I'm
beef
reading
up their
all
packets,
of, I'm
their
reading all
memos.
of your work. It's,
So
I'm not just reading like a
Okay.
little blip. I'm
Yeah, you
reading
read it
all
all.
of your work.
Yes.
You're
Good
okay
job.
with the cover
Great.
memos. Excellent, thank you.
Keep up the hard work.
Yeah, we're moving on to number 3, supporting documentation. We heard during the workshop, a request to include all like contract proposals, background information, things like that. Want to make sure that that is information that all the trustees want. Is that something you want? We've talked internally about, as opposed to adding the full documents in the packet, providing links in the memos or in the packet items themselves, so that you're not having to have pages and pages.
I would do links.
You just want links and
Links
and
would
you
be
want all
awesome,
the
so I don't have to-
contracts and
Yeah, I
things
don't
like
mind
that.
clicking on a link, but
Yeah.
Okay, so you will receive information you probably will not understand whatsoever based on some of these contracts, especially when it comes to water and sewer. But we will include the links to those documents so that way you can have them to refer and figure it out.
Yeah, links are great to like extended, I think, like typically we have like either, they have like an executive summary page or something.
yep.
I'd say keep those in
Yep.
the packet.
Absolutely.
But anything that you're like, this is really probably really in the weeds, I
Yep.
think that's great to just post it somewhere as a link, and if we really want to go read it, we
Yep,
can.
have a blast.
If we don't,
Okay, perfect. We
well, not
can,
only that, but you're giving residents a chance to as well. If
Sure,
they
absolutely.
want to go further, that's kind of a transparency thing is if they want to dig in, have at it.
absolutely, agreed 100%. Just want to make sure I'm providing the information like you want it. Motions. So there was some talk about how motions are presented and put into the packet and things like that. And one of the things that we've talked about internally as staff is we really feel, we feel very like this is part of our job to research, tell you, do all the background work and tell you what we think as far as staff, what we believe is the best motion. But want to give you all the option for whether you like that motion, where you want to do something different. So I provided you 2 different options, which you may or may not like. A was just essentially approving the ordinance is an option. Number 2 is approve the ordinance with amendments as the Board of Trustees deems appropriate. Number 3, postpone consideration to a specified date and time, providing direction to staff on information or amendments that you would like to see, or vote to deny the ordinance. The second option was B, and this is what I used when I was in Loveland, because they wanted lots of options. So this was, council options. What happens if you approve the motion? What happens if you deny the motion or take no action? If you want to adopt a modified motion, that would be a request within the motion. And then if you referred it back to staff, what that consequence would be. So don't know if you guys had a chance to look at either of those, if it was something you liked, if you like to see something different, but definitely want to give you some options to choose from.
I like the one, the A,
Okay,
the trustee action recommendation.
it's simple.
Yep,
Yep, I like it too.
this other one is
Love
kind
it.
of.
It's a lot,
Mhm.
but wanted to give you the option.
No, it's good. I appreciate the option. I
Yes,
was looking
thank
at
you
it.
for the
I
option.
do like A because, and that's kind of what we did with the water, the
Mhm.
water, issue, which I appreciated, right? Staff is saying, we think this one is the best, but
Yeah.
because that's
Here's
a
the-
lot of it
yeah.
is, I want it to be very clear. Here are all of your options. Your option is not just do what we recommend.
Mhm.
We think you should. We think it's the best.
Yeah,
and There's
but-
reason we think that,
Yep,
which is
but
great.
here you go.
Mhm. I like A,
I
yep.
like it.
Everybody, A?
And if someone doesn't
Hey,
want to know what the
moving right
town
along.
thinks, just, they can always just cover that slip up if they want to and make their own decision later.
Easy enough. We can modify the packets. I don't know if we'll have it in time for this next packet for the 24th, but for sure for that first packet in June. We'll see how.
I
quick we can
appreciated the change to suggested motions being added, already being taken. So thank you.
Yes, you betcha. We're working it. We're trying to accommodate. Packet questions received from Board of Trustees. So we had talked about a deadline to receive questions that could be addressed at the meeting as like 5 PM on Sundays. If we receive questions after that, there's no guarantee.
Sure.
Okay. We will work, so I can tell you this first week was the first time, this last packet was the first time we had really gone through the process of receiving the questions and trying to get responses out. And it took most of the day, Monday and Tuesday.
I'm sorry.
It's, you
I
don't,
sent
do not
mine really
apologize, do not apologize. I just, and I want to make sure that we are meeting the board's expectations. And if depending on what the expectation of turnaround for response is. And then the consolidation of questions and answers of all the trustees, does that want to be, you want that on one document? Do you want the name, your name included?
No names. I think
Okay.
it's better, because then it doesn't get into this trustee asked that and the other trustee didn't ask. I think we just keep it as we as a team, these are the questions we have. would be better.
Okay, we can do that. And publication of the question and answers. So I know there's been talk about potentially adding them as an addendum to the packet, but really the packet really at least 24 hours advance, if not earlier, it becomes a permanent document. And we really shouldn't amend that. We shouldn't add anything to it. We shouldn't do anything with it. So I'm not quite sure where those question and
Can you
answers
publish
could be.
them?
But like on the website where, I mean, there's no like real logical place for it.
Like
And there, I
a
mean,
community
Could it be
Q&A.
incorporated to the minute meetings when we approve minutes? Can we just tack that on to here are the questions and answers? I don't know if that causes problems with the minutes, because
Is it
they're already
necessary, though?
typed out. I don't know, we had talked about doing it
We
when we
did.
had our discussion. I think
We
it's
did.
beneficial for if public really wants to go see.
Yeah, but I think the main intention really was to get them out and viewable by the public before we had the meeting, right? And if we can't feasibly incorporate them into the board packet, then really they have to go somewhere else. So the question is, where is that?
So I'm asking, the minutes would make sense because then it's attached to what the meeting was. And again, it's not extra work because it's already typed, so we're not adding extra time. But I don't know if that causes a problem with the minutes by.
that would, because it's not in the.
It's not
packet,
part of the
right?
record.
Okay, can I ask are we asking, are these questions that trustees are asking?
Mhm.
or
Yes.
these Questions that are just coming?
These
in?
are questions from the
Questions from
trustees that
trustees.
submit by 8 PM on Sunday. And then in order for us to try to be prepared as staff for questions that could come from the trustees at the meeting. So we can, go through and answer them and send that information out, but with full anticipation that the trustees will ask those questions in the meeting so that, the public is aware of the thoughts of all of you. So whether that, it's up to you if you guys want it published, if you just want,
Well,
what we had looked at it was, the way staff had viewed it was, this was great to get the questions early, and then it came across as, well, now we want it published, and we're like, whoa,
Well,
this
I-
wasn't our thought process.
We're making a lot of changes to the process. and
Yeah, I know.
agenda. Maybe this is one that we bring back and talk about after we kind of evolve through some of these agenda and like process changes to see what's actually feasible.
Yeah,
Okay.
so why don't we just leave it, we can revisit that, and it's a document, so is that considered, if someone really wants to know our questions, they can always just request that, and then we just send it to them, right? Okay, yeah, let's just leave it
Okay.
at that. If citizens really want to ask, they can ask for it, and we
Okay.
can send it to them,
Okay.
and then we can revisit after we've incorporated all the other stuff in
Mhm.
about posting this.
And we will do our best to answer the questions and get that out to you. I can't make a guarantee that it'll
It worked
happen.
great this last time,
each-
being able to
each-
have like
yeah.
your thoughts on it, so it's helpful.
Mhm. Yeah, it worked because I had everybody in the office and things like that. We're hitting summer, so we'll start having people on
Yeah.
vacation, so we may not be able to turn those questions around so quickly, but I will do my best. Last one is public comment. When there was discussion about public comment being received, and then there were two veins of thought. One was that the mayor would provide like
A summary.
a summary of those questions, and then we
and
would,
then-
and then staff would provide an answer. I don't remember.
No, more or less like
Just
we would,
acknowledgement.
we would just acknowledge the
Mhm.
questions and then we basically at the end of the board meeting and the board report,
Mm-hmm.
my thoughts would circle back and say, this is something that we'll look into.
Or not, or whatever.
Is that's where that was?
So I think, yeah, it was we kind of shortly discussed, it. I think part of it was we want to make sure we're acknowledging these are specific items that have been brought up. Now, obviously, if they're relevant to the issue we're deciding today, we'll take those into consideration on decision making.
Summarize public comment,
But
and
if-
next steps, following meeting agenda, items of public comment.
Yeah, so I think the thought was that if there were things that were like, hey, we need to, we don't have the information now, that we would gather that and then potentially have the mayor report back.
Okay.
Here was, wanted to share, these were some things that were brought up in public comment. Now, I think a lot of that would determine, I mean, if it's public comment on an item that we were voting on, may or may not be relevant in the next meeting. but if
Right.
Someone,
So this was only going to be for non-agenda.
For non-agenda
items.
Yeah,
items.
non-agenda
Okay.
items, thank you.
perfect, okay, that's a good clarification. So
Thank
yes,
you.
yeah,
I did not include that.
and so, yeah, I think especially there to acknowledge, great, these are the, we've got, super quick, it was about water and this. And
And when will I be recapping that?
At the-
So how
Go
this
ahead.
came about was I had talked with trustee Gator about this process. This is something that I'd heard about or I saw and observed at the city of Fort Collins that the mayor used. And what he would do is, it really kind of depended on the public comment. Sometimes he would lean over and look at staff and staff would answer the question, but generally he would just provide a synopsis and a summary, and then at the next meeting in his report, provide a follow-up, or staff would provide, it would become an agenda item. It depends on the nature of the
Okay.
public comment. Sometimes it warrants an agenda item.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just warrants you following up. Sometimes it's an email to all of us, but it gives us the opportunity to
Right.
research, describe, and
Yeah.
acknowledge.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then we all get the information too.
that sounds good to me.
We can make it happen.
So mayor recaps in this board report.
And we'll help you with that. You betcha. All right, thank you. On to Krystal.
Last on the agenda. It's the advisory boards and commissions interview and appointment process. So prior to 2022, there wasn't much, there wasn't a consistent process to appoint individuals to the boards and commissions. So in the fall of 2020, process was created that we would solicit applications from individuals that have a term in their appointment for some other reason, a vacancy become up on that board, or we didn't have any boards at that time, but that would be another instance for that. So we would do social media posts. We put it out on our website that these positions are available, solicit applicants to come in. Then we would have teams of 2 trustees do those interviews. That way it wouldn't be a public meeting, so there wasn't that feeling of being in front of the entire board doing an interview. We also invited the chairs of the boards that were going to be, if Parks was going to have an appointment, that Parks chair would be at that, as well as the staff liaison. So then after the trustees has made a recommendation, those individuals are put on an agenda through a resolution and recommended for appointment at the next trustee meeting. So that's a real quick snapshot of how that process goes. And this is an opportunity for you guys to discuss what you like about it, what you don't, what you want to change or amend at this point.
So I'll speak a little bit to this because I was part of the board that moved into this process, because prior to that, and this came about when we had a planning commission appointment, and we had two candidates, and the planning commission was not able to pass, they had a split vote on the candidates, so they sent us no recommendation, so we ended up interviewing the candidates in front of the entire board of trustees. And up to that point, what had happened is the individual boards had just said, here's the person we want, and they just sent it to the board and we approved it. We never met the person, we never talked to the person. Well, for the short time that I was on, we didn't have any
We
engagement.
always invited the applicants to come to the meetings.
They didn't come, no. I'm not saying, but basically what it was is we were not given a list of all of the applicants. We were given, here is the recommended person by this board.
I've
When I-
seen like,
Maybe before
Practice in the
2020,
past.
maybe before 2020, but in 2020, we were presented, here is the recommended applicant.
okay, keep going.
Anyways.
I didn't get
okay.
invited
So-
to mine.
Then we went to, there needs to be some level of engagement on the board because we are actually appointing these people that we should have some say in that. So the board did not feel comfortable saying we're gonna do it in a public meeting. So then it became, we'd have a rotation of 2 trustees that go and do that. The problem with that I see is that I would like to be able to actually, if I'm appointing someone to a board and I'm saying yes, would be a good person or not a good person, I'd like to be a part of that discussion, actually hearing from the person, understanding their vision, things like that, understanding that I might have different questions or criteria. But that was the process our board at that time chose to utilize. And so I think, especially for quasi judicial boards, where they are making rulings about people's properties and things like that, but I honestly think we should be consistent for all of them, is to have a process where we have the opportunity to sit down with the candidates and go through with them and hear from them. We don't need to do really long interviews. We can keep them shorter. And I think we should have the board chairs there as well. I would say doing it like in a work session, like we're here, we can all be sitting around the table interspersed with the candidate and just have a conversation with them. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
I suppose one question I would have is, are we planning on it only being the board and potentially the chairs that interview these folks, or are they gonna have to go through a second interview with their board? Or, yeah, and I guess the reason why I would ask this is, for example, if I'm putting somebody on the planning commission or the housing authority, it seems to reason that the folks that are on the planning commission or the housing authority are probably kind of the folks that know the most about those types of things, right? For example, I'm not a planning commission. I have no idea what, what some of that takes. I would suggest that the boards should be involved in the interviews, but I don't want to make it so that these folks have to go through multiple interviews.
Right.
So that's where I'm struggling.
I guess my experience has been, I like the rotation of trustees. I trust my fellow trustees and their interviewing. I guess if we have one trustee in particular that wants to be more engaged in those interview processes, I don't have a problem if John wants to sit in on all of them and the rest of us rotate. That's not an issue for me, but realistically, that could turn into a logistical nightmare having.
Yeah.
Because those, like, we spent, I don't know, 4 hours doing those interviews. And so then that's 4 hours that the board is taking out all of us to do those interviews every single time this comes up. And we're not conducting business. We're not making the important decisions. We're not talking about the marijuana ordinance.
So, I mean, I'm down, if John wants to be involved in all of them, we all of the rest of us rotate.
I'm fine with
I'm
that.
fine with that.
I mean, my goal is I want to be involved. The challenge with that is then that then gives me an outsized role in appointing everyone to boards versus everyone else on the board. So that's, now, if that's what you guys are comfortable with, that fixes my problem of feeling like I want to be involved with that, but I don't know that that's really fair to everyone else, because now I have a say every time and you only have a say every 6th time that we appoint someone to a board.
Well, I mean, I personally don't have a problem not having a say, because I mean, I trust everybody at this table, so I'm not gonna have an issue with that. By any means, I don't know, what are your thoughts, trustee Keys?
So I have gone back and forth on this so much because I look at 7 or 12 applications for CAC by itself right now.
Mhm.
So, because that's where we're sitting at, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. And I look at the fact that it's really hard because it's not that I don't trust a single member on this board. It's because, so is there room for compromise? Say, and I even wrote this down. So Board of Adjustments makes quasi judicial decisions, correct? Yes, it could greatly affect residents here, businesses here. Planning Commission, quasi judicial, Finance Committee, possibly extremely important to have multiple people's feedback and questions, because I have a different budget experience than what John has for finance. So mine is not any less important than his or whatnot. So I would say, is there a way that like Parks Advisory Board, CAC, those kind of things where if John wants to do all of those, they're not making public affecting decisions. I don't mind saying that the quasi judicial ones, yes, I feel we need to maybe conduct those as a group. And then the other ones that are not like making quasi judicial decisions, maybe those ones should be all done with our board. So everyone has a chance to ask questions, give feedback. My questions might be different than somebody else's questions on this board. So can we find a middle ground where some are seen by us as a board of trustees because we are elected by the people, because they want to see our influence. They want to see how we operate. They want that projected in who you place. So is there a way to find a balance between both?
Well, okay, so one other question I might have was, I understand that the applications were not provided to the board in the past, and I think it was trustee Teets that requested all of the applications.
Yep.
Was it helpful for anybody to have the applications out there in lieu of interviews, let's say?
I still had questions.
Okay,
I think that's kind of at the end of it when I looked at them.
so both of you would like to be able to ask questions. Okay, trustee Lee.
On certain boards, yes.
Mhm.
And I think the finance, the planning commission, and those type of boards, but the other one, I have no problem with. Right.
Yeah, see, and I don't have a problem with the other boards either.
I can tell you that during the interview process and in the world of human resources and governmental agencies, we can't, any question you ask of one applicant has to be asked of all applicants. So if there's one that you had a question about, you'd have to ask that question of all of them. And generally staff prepares those questions so that there's consistency,
Yeah.
you know,
Is
in the interview process.
Is this an item where those that want to interview could interview them in a forum like this, and those that don't have to?
Or if they're, like, if trustee Wiegand has specific questions he wants asked of the finance committee. I mean, I would think that we would offer that opportunity if a trustee
And
has
we can always
specific
submit it
questions.
to-
You
So we
can
can
submit it
to the interviewer
to the
Right.
people who are doing the
with the
interviews.
understanding that they will ask that question.
Yep, and we would
Just-
collect that. I mean, the town clerk's office kind of coordinates all that.
That would work really.
I
good for
like
me.
your idea, Keeler, where people are allowed to show up for that interview if they want to.
With no more than two.
Huh?
Well, no, it could be more than two. if
It
it's
could be more than
public,
two.
But that would
Oh,
create,
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that would create a long process.
It doesn't necessarily create a long process, it just then has to be noticed as a public meeting. at
Right.
that point. It
Right.
doesn't,
And
it doesn't
it's-
really make the process longer, it just now has to be noticed as a public meeting. When we did our board workshops,
Yeah.
the notice they did was on some back page of the website.
Is there, but I mean, it's not a bad idea if you have questions, just submit them to the interviewers and then we avoid that whole thing, right? Where we'd have to do a public notice, then we have to take more staff time. We'd have to end up, inevitably, the interviews would take longer, right? So there's gonna be more there's gonna be, if there's multiple people asking multiple questions, if there's two interviewers asking the questions you have.
The questions, we just rotate them through. We have like a sheet of questions, like we did for the finance interviews, and we just said, okay, I've got question 5 and 9, trustee McDonald got, actually, you had 1, 5 and 9. I had like 3 and 8 or something, and then Miss Garcia had a couple other questions, and then
You rotate them through. I
so-
mean,
so
each
it goes
interview-
pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's not like, because again, I'm not gonna come in and have like, okay, I've got my 5.
Okay.
Usually it's like, okay, I've got a
Okay.
couple of questions, you get those ahead of time to whoever, like to Krystal, and then
So-
she would have a list of, okay, here are the 8 questions or however many questions we are asking to every candidate. It's just a matter of,
So optional public hearing,
It would be just a workshop,
A
a work
workshop?
session.
it is not required and it is voluntary by any member of the board.
And probably not recorded.
Just
Yeah,
makes
because that,
total
we shouldn't
sense.
record the interviews, I don't know.
Well, and as trustee Mason had alluded to before, I think it's really important that we have the opportunity for those chairs to participate in those
Yes,
interviews.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, even having other community stakeholders participate in those interviews is super helpful for vetting.
and that would be the nice
Especially-
thing for
So-
doing a like open or meeting is we could allow those other people.
So
to
But
show
we
up.
don't want it to
basically-
be intimidating.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
We
I mean,
don't want
I, like,
put
that was,
people in a room and make them
Right.
stand at the DS.
It'd be like
Yes.
this.
No, I would say doing like a
Yeah.
table, like we did the finance interview. We're all sitting at one table, we're just having a
I
conversation,
mean,
but
how
that
many
would open
people
the
at
option.
this table have done a board interview? They're not fun. Right?
They're super intimidating and it's so hard and people get so scared, even just being in that room, knowing that like the mayor is in there, that like freaks them.
I mean, I'll
out.
tell you
It's
right now, I
hard.
probably won't be at them,
That's fine.
because I believe in everybody. And I think that together we can collectively ask the right questions and get people in.
And I'm fine if we leave it open. If people want to come, they can. If they don't
Yeah.
have to. I don't think we need to require.
Yeah,
For me, I want to be able to have the option. For
Yeah.
me, I think it's important and I'm willing to try and make it work. And maybe sometimes I won't be able to make it
yeah,
work.
and maybe I would like to show up something,
Yeah.
who knows?
Well, and if you can't make it, are you willing to submit your questions anyways?
Yeah.
I mean, I think those are
That,
valuable to
that's
have.
helpful to be able to put the questions. Yeah.
We can make that a thing.
Or we have just mainly 2 interviewers. and
Usually
then
there's
people
like
submit-
5 and 2 trustees, 5 interviewers. and
Right, and
staff.
that's what I mean, 2 trustees, and then we can be there if we want.
Right, yeah.
I think that's awesome to have the option.
You guys we're all.
I would be good with that.
We have
I'll
one
prove it.
question. We have one
Yes.
question, because, in an interview process, usually you come in and you're not aware of the questions. And if it's an open process, we could have Joe Smith sitting interviewing, and then we've got
Oh,
multiple other applicants sitting back here listening and engaging their questions and trying to, figuring out
Well,
what
and
the,
then the
what the
public
most
too.
creative answer is so that they can get
all the
appointed.
public-
Then it's not fair.
Yeah, so how, we could
We
set
just-
it up so that,
We just tell the applicants to get here at this time and we could respectfully ask them to wait outside.
wait
like,
outside.
oh, and if they,
We can't make them.
No, I don't, no, we
Yeah.
can't.
We can respectfully
We
request.
respectfully request, we're wrapping up. I don't know, is that allowed?
It does, I mean,
Well, I think
but. Because we public notice it, how much is the public gonna show up and how much? What is that?
Well, so the
What could
question
that
is,
potentially
well, the question is, how are we gonna notice this? Are we gonna notice this like we noticed it on the board
Like
workshop?
the 3
Because
or
if we
1
notice it
notice.
like we did on the board workshop, I had to ask where the notice was. It was not, like, unless you knew which button to click and where to go on the website, you would have no clue.
And that's where we typically put things
So
like
if
that.
it's
That's not
noticed
a regular
there,
meeting.
Okay.
We're not gonna have like mass people showing up because they're not gonna have a clue. it's even happening.
The last thing I want to do is turn the process into something that people do not want to take part in.
And
I
we'll
agree.
find that out pretty quickly. We used to do it like that in Windsor, and after about 3 months, I couldn't get anybody to apply. And it took about 18 months to recover. I couldn't
we
get
can make
anybody
it fun
to
for
apply.
them, though.
But it's,
not-
everybody's different. I mean, every municipality's different. If this is the way you want to go, I say we give it a try. We'll have a pretty good idea after the first couple rounds of interviews.
How, but
And you
it'll
can
set, could
reassess.
potentially set us back how far?
A
Well,
lot.
it took me
Like a year?
18 months to recover. I could not get anybody to apply for anything. It was awful, but it was every municipality is different. And I didn't say that to scare you off from this. I'm just saying this is was my experience.
So what
We can
was it
address
that
it
chased
differently,
people
though.
away?
They did not like being being interviewed in front of the entire board and with an audience.
So they realize they're gonna be sitting on a board with an audience though.
But not the public.
They will be.
Well, yeah, they
Yeah,
will
but
be.
going through
not
an
normally.
interview, being grilled, and
Planning
having a
commission.
job interview is very.
When they
different.
interview, it's with like 5 people.
Right, but they're, if they get placed on a board,
But that's different than being interviewed.
Yeah, very different.
we can make it fun.
It doesn't work like that. You can't.
I
force
loved my
people-
interview, so.
Some people like that. I like being interviewed as well.
I know.
Krystal does not. I can guarantee you that.
I've watched so many people have panic attacks in those interviews and have to like coach them and walk them through, like, it's okay, it's totally fine.
Because it's
So
a
that you
different,
just-
it's a different reaction,
For everyone.
being interviewed than being on the board or, actively working there.
We're placing a finance committee in 2 weeks. I guess we can see how it goes with that and kind of use this process and say if trustees want to come, they can. If they don't, we can publish it where we normally publish the public meeting or the notice of
3 or more.
3 or more. And if, so it's not being advertised to the whole world, and then we can try to schedule people accordingly so they're not showing up and sitting in the audience while we're interviewing the person
Yeah,
before
we
them.
can ask them to wait
Yeah,
outside.
and again, if they want to come in, they can.
Mhm.
I'm not saying we force, but
Are we still all on board on this?
We
I
do.
think
I'm willing to
it's a
give
good
it a try.
idea to try and see how it goes.
Do we give everybody the questions prior?
No.
No.
We do not.
No, and we do need to, we have the CAC and PRAB, we have, 12 applicants waiting for an interview. So we're hoping that we get some direction tonight so that we can get those interviews scheduled.
I mean, yeah, we need to get something going.
Mhm.
I'm open to giving this a try.
I think it's a good idea.
Trustee Regan?
It's just gonna be on the finance and the other, and like the
CAC and parks.
Mhm.
are we gonna do that
Outdoor
with, or are we just gonna have the 2 at that point
We would be doing this new process.
for everybody?
For all of
Okay.
those, and then potentially could be a fallout of 18 months before all that, right? Potentially.
If it's a full-scale disaster.
Yeah, If it's a
area, but-
full-scale disaster, yes, but it might not be. I mean,
And
this
but
is a,
that was in front of their entire board.
yeah,
Yeah, and we're
I
gonna
have
be
a feeling
sitting
3
around-
people
I
are gonna
don't,
be showing up, or 2 people are gonna be
Yeah.
showing up on board.
I don't think it's gonna be a massive thing. That we're,
Okay.
I don't envision it being an issue where we're sitting around a table like this. We don't need to make them stand at the dais. Yes, will people still?
and we'll sit them over
But-
here so they're not looking out there.
Yeah.
Isn't it's community activities and parks is what you're looking at first,
Mhm.
which can be fun ones. Cause it's
Mm.
all about the community. So, and they don't have to be serious interviews. My interview wasn't serious for CAC.
Well, I mean,
They're gonna be more structured than the way things were done before, because it's not gonna be, we're gonna have like a process, everyone's asked the same questions. It's not just kind of fly by the seat of your pants, have a conversation. It's gonna be, here are the questions we have. Now, the questions are not designed to, we're not trying to weed people out. We're not trying to, like, we're not designing questions to make this like, oh my gosh,
So let's,
the
I mean,
3,000 ways to use a pencil without writing or something.
Mayor Pro Tem, any thoughts? No.
No, I think I'm fine to test it out. Yeah, I hope we're not shooting ourselves in the foot on this one.
I hope
We'll
so
have to
too,
see.
but let's
We'll
go
know
for
pretty
it.
quick.
Let's go for it.
What
Got it.
time frame do you want to have for these interviews?
Like,
Like how long per person?
I think mine was what, 7 minutes?
We were doing 15-minute interviews with a 5-minute transition.
Stick with that.
I would say sticking to the 15 minutes.
15 times 12.
Yeah.
20 times 12.
Enjoy.
It's optional. You can come or not come.
yeah, and if people show up early, they can get ushered in early. So we'll try to set up a work session here around when Krystal can be here in the evening and just send in, check
So-
calendars, check availability for Leaper.
On the calendar, we've been looking at the 31st of March for the finance committee. Are we gonna just keep that finance committee, or do we want to try and roll those other boards into that as well?
I'm sorry, March or?
May,
May,
I'm sorry.
May 31st, so.
No.
I don't think there's enough time in the evening to do both.
Okay, no, I was
No,
just
yeah, I
asking
was
a
gonna say, we
question.
could end up, I
Okay,
mean,
that's
we're
fine.
appointing 7, could be up to 10.
Sure,
applicants.
I just wanted to make sure, I wasn't sure what the, if we were talking about a separate one, or if we were talking
Yes.
about. kind of-
Yeah, we'll do separate. I
I
think
agree,
finance
separate.
needs to be
Great.
separate since it's a first time.
Krystal, do you typically do the interviews during the day or in the evenings?
We've typically done them in the evenings.
Okay.
Yep,
I think that's best, because most people work during the day.
yep. Okay, got it? Got it. Excellent. Cool. I think that was it. Thanks, everyone.
Like, is that?
It is 9:54. It's before 10 PM.
It is.
By 6:01.
So, hey, can I ask a quick question? Because you will be interviewing, we'll need to get like your information back.